Hello, everybody. um, what is today? Wednesday? I don't even know what today. Today's Tuesday. Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. How's everybody doing on this beautiful Tuesday? Oh my God. How's everybody? Got James. Hey, James. Hey, Casey. Asain. Hey, Harley. So I was going through the pictures and the documents because I wanted to check, how like when I was going through the pictures the other day, I was like, well, I think they said this and I think they said that. And I was like, you know what? I want to go through and actually because I read those 600 pages all like before that, all those documents, like, when you go back through them, you're like, wait a minute. I didn't even realize like there's so much you can't absorb it all. So I was going back through some of the blood evidence. So how I was like, oh, there's no blood. Like part of some of the stuff I didn't think there was any blood. There is. Like he did track some blood. There is some blood that it's tracked kind of more than what we thought that there was none. Remember, like when it first came out, I was like, there's absolutely no blood besides in the bedrooms. And just that latent footprint, but there is some. There's some throughout. There's some in the kitchen. There's some on the banister on the third floor. There's some, I had pointed that out on the half wall and like outside of Xana's room and stuff. I had pointed that out, but I didn't actually show you a really good like look at where everything's at. So you could actually see the blood on some of these pictures. Now you could tell because some of this parts where it's like, wait, there's blood there. You could tell they purposely like didn't release the like certain photos that would show some of it, but they did release some that you saw some of it. So I thought it was interesting because there is some. Yeah, there is. But I remember like when we had this thing like how did he not get blood anywhere as he's going from room to room? Well, he did. I mean, still a lot less than you would imagine, but there is some. So I was trying to like figure out like what is the cause of some of this. So the kitchen one is where I'm really confused. The blood in the kitchen, what that is. But I'm gonna go through it. I got pictures. I got all the pictures and the few pages where they talk about the blood drops and stuff. So I'm gonna go through it. But yes. I think yeah, no, it's crazy. Yeah. Okay, let me take a sec. Did you also see that guy that was that Brian worked under or whatever? The bartender did that interview. I'm gonna play that too, that video. Okay, so let's go through this here. Um, okay, I got it. Okay. So I let me share my screen. But hi everybody. Thanks for coming. Your guys' comments have been helping. I'm telling you, you're helping with the algorithm. Keep at it because it's helping get the algorithm up. It's slowly getting better and better because the engagement, because like for a while there, I wasn't getting any comments on like any video. I wasn't getting a lot of comments on any videos I did that wasn't Wade videos. So I feel like it really messed up everything. So like because I would like put out like, like Ezra or a different case, and there'd be like 3 comments, So I think that's what I think the engagement's really helping. So if you guys could just comment, awesome. Thank you guys. Um, yes, yours is the best. What video, L? What video? All right, let me share my screen real quick. But what video were you saying? I want to see that video. Yeah, I'm curious. Okay. Somehow like my wallpaper or whatever you call it, somehow it got changed to like how it was all the space stuff. Somehow I just started doing these other stuff. like birds and I don't know, I must have hit something sometime. Okay, so let me let me bring up what I was gonna bring up. All right, so first of all, I'm gonna go through hold on, let me get the one that I want. I think it's this one. Okay, so we're gonna start here. So there we go. I'll do it like that. No, like this. Okay. So it goes on to say, oh, let me make this bigger. As you go upstairs to the second floor, you enter a small living room. There was a folding table, and by the way, there's more than those couple of drops of blood on the beer pong table, which I realized by reading the documents, which led me to go look at the ping pong, or I keep calling it ping pong table, the beer pong table more closely, and I see the other blood on it. So there is more than just under the knife, by the way. Anyway, as you go upstairs to the second floor, you enter a small living room area. There is a folding table set up to the west side of the area. Um, partially blocking the entry of the west hallway. The table had multiple red solo cups on it in game formation, along with a small steak knife. There were multiple areas of red liquid on the table that appeared to be blood. As I walked west from the living room, there was a half wall to my right. I could see multiple drops and runs of red liquid along the entire half wall. Across the half wall north, I saw more red stains on the wall above the first and second floor staircase. Okay. So let me get my pictures that I have to go along with what this is saying. Um trying to see. So let's just start here real quick. This is just a shot at a house, and then we'll go with the actual real picture. But I just want to show you where they're talking about, so then you can kind of get a good look at where they're talking about. Okay, I got it all figured out. What rooms are west, east, north, south? I have it all figured out. Of what by like how they talk in the documents of what they're talking about when they say north wall, west wall, south wall, and all that stuff. So okay. So there was, I could see multiple drops of run liquid along the entire half wall. Okay, so which is right here. So there's blood right here. So this is the living room is emptied out right here. Xana's room is back there. So in the entire half wall, they see blood drops. Okay, blood spatter. Okay, so that's what they're describing right there. And then it says, I can see multiple drops and runs of red liquid along the entire half wall. Across the half wall north, I saw more red stains on the wall above the first and second floor staircase, which there's pictures that corroborate this, but which we're going to go see them. But I just want to show you where everything's at. So he's talking about right here. So this is the half wall, and then across here, down this wall, there's blood. Now I think there's some up here too, but they don't show us pictures good enough to see. But we can see some down, like on the other side of this wall. We can see some, and I'll show you where you could see it. It's like farther a little bit down. Okay, so that's now. I don't think anybody went down the stairs. I think they were standing like right here, and the blood spatter just went on the wall from like he's probably on Xana's back's probably, or I guess it doesn't even matter because it could go either way, but it's going here and it's going down here. And they're probably like right here fighting, right? Crazy. And the reason I think they're more probably closer over here than closer to the bathroom because there's not really a lot in the bathroom. I'll show you where it says there's some on the door. On the floor there inside not in the bathroom. It's all right outside the bathroom. So I think they're fighting like you see where this, I mean, they're probably standing like right here and just, so yeah, right here and right here. Okay. And then it says, from the living room looking into the west. Well, let me show you actually. Actually, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll show you that real quick. I wasn't sure how I wanted to do everything, but yeah, let's go through that. I'll show you the blood, the actual real pictures of it now. Okay, hold on one second. Oh, that's how I'll do. I'll just go through each thing like that. Okay, second floor, first. Okay, so we'll just go one by one here. Some of these you can't see it. This one you can't. I can't say that I could see any in this one. Okay, so you could see some here. You could see right there, and right there. You guys could see that, right? I screenshot these because the PDF, oh my God, I couldn't zoom in when I was doing that but yeah, you see a drip right here, you see here, you see here. So that's the north wall that they're talking about. And this is just, oh, I'm using this because I want to show you a perspective later on. Okay. Wait, hold on. So you see this, but then if you go, now this is a little bit farther down. So you can't see the mark up here, but you you could see some right here and right here. You guys see that like right here and right there. And I don't I don't know if that is or not. I don't know if there's any more. I think there's some up here too, but they don't give us a good picture of up there. Um, because they say like on the other sides of this wall. So I mean, unless if he just means this, and then there's that one up here, but I do think there's some more over here. Um, okay, so you got that. It's what they described. This gives us a little bit. You could see the blue stuff that's sprayed. Let's see if we could see anything. Um, there might be some right there. I don't know. I don't know if that's some right there, but the ones I showed you for sure we saw. So maybe there isn't much up there. I don't know. There might be a little bit. Okay. Um, so that's describing that right here. So that's what that was describing, the half wall. Trust me, I've read through this all very, very clearly to make sure I'm, where their positions, how they describe this room's to my right, this room's to my left, this isn't, all this stuff. I figured it all out for you guys so you didn't have to. So hopefully you trust me on that. But yeah, so that was that. And then um I'll just read this anyway, but this one doesn't have well, it does, but so from the living room looking into the west bedroom, I could see a female coronal lying near the center of the room. Her legs and arms appeared to be covered in blood. As I entered the bedroom, I saw multiple drops of red liquid near the entrance and multiple red colored drips on the door above and below the doorknob. Um, which we don't have any pictures inside the room, but I do have like a picture of that room, without Xana's stuff that we could look at. But a male Chapin was laying in the bed, partially covered by a blanket and comforter. His neck and chest were heavily covered in red liquid. Multiple walls appeared to have red colored cast off. Actually, we do have. That's right. The first batch of photos they did have. Remember, we saw part of the walls. That's right. I forgot about that. But I don't think did they show the door? Maybe they did. I remember seeing a door handle with there was blood somewhere, but I'll have to go back through the first batch of pictures. Dang it. I should have had that ready because that would have since I'm doing it, but oh well. A red colored liquid appeared to be blood. Coronado appeared to have multiple cuts in her hands. Chapin appeared, or hands, arms, face, and face. Chapin appeared to have a deep cut to the outer portion of his right knee and neck area. Um, and then I was trying to remember where, because somewhere it says something about like the cuts on his legs or whatever. Now I couldn't find because all those first batch of documents that I went through, I don't know which documents it was in, but I found a th- um a summary by Nate Eaton, which he's a trustworthy reporter. And he like does little quotes the document, because people were saying how they thought that Brian cut his, like, Achilles or whatever, so he couldn't walk or whatever, and I'm like, "It doesn't say that," but then I found something where they do say that they says there's 2 gashes on each leg, so I don't know, they don't describe exactly where it's at, but the reason that's important is because 'cause we're trying to figure out, like, how, how did this happen? Did he go in there and was Ethan standing up? When my theory, I was just thinking he just, cut his neck and then that was it, but did he go and was maybe Ethan laying down with his feet, I don't know, like, laying down where Brian went in there and, like, cut his ankles, like, is it right there so he couldn't walk anyway? You know what I'm saying? Like, it would definitely, if he was laying down, his feet would have been, like, right there. Did he do that? And then his neck? Did Before he could even have stood up or whatever? I don't know. I'll show you where it says that with Nate Eaton. Hold on, where he says, but it still doesn't say, like, exactly, where on his leg. So I don't know if they'll release the autopsy. They might not because of the case going on with the families. But here's where Nate Eaton talks about that. He's given, like, a summary of what it says, and it says, he says, which I'll eventually find it in there, but I'm sure this is probably exactly how it said it because I do trust him. Okay, where is it at? Right here. Coronado, who was lying on her back, was covered in numerous wounds across her arms, hands, and face. And the report said her boyfriend Chapin was still lying in bed with a blanket pulled across him. Um, so that's another reason I feel like he probably wasn't standing up. I think he was laying in bed regardless, and Rosanna went to try to wake him up. But could he have, like, tried to stand up a little bit? The blanket could have still stayed as he fell back on him, if he didn't make it all the way up. Now I'm thinking, because look, it says 2 large cuts to the back of his legs. What do they mean by the backs of his legs? Was he trying to paralyze him in a way so he couldn't stand up? It says, which were deep into the tissue, our report said. So I'm thinking that he freaking, when he goes and chases Xana in there, the Ethan's legs, because if the way that the bed is positioned, which here, let me show you. I'm thinking maybe that's the first thing he did is got him right there on the back of his leg so he couldn't stand up. And then he, wanted to make sure he killed him and did his neck. I mean, that's just my guess from seeing that. What do you guys think? Let me show you the bedrooms. Hold on, let me get Xana's. Now, remember, these bedrooms don't it's not when they were living in them. So, but it is the way their bedroom now. She had her bed against the wall right here. There's a better Here's a better one. Oh wait, here I could just go over. Um, her bed was pushed up right here, at least in the picture. I mean, when we saw the pictures. So he would walk in, that door would be kind of the way it opens, but could have just shut it, and that's interesting. That opens like that. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, those are the two. Oh, here's the other one. Here's another one. The closet was right here, the door's right here, and her bed was, see, that kind of looks different, but that's what this was actually from. Oh, see, that does look, hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. It kind of looks different, but I want to show you. Hold on. No, it doesn't. Never mind. That's right. It just looks like that wall is out more on that one. Yeah, huh. So the door no, see? But that's crazy because that was from a hidden true crime, because they took down the virtual. I found out why they don't do it, because since they demolished the house, and I don't know if that a rule on that koala that used to have the virtual tour of the Idaho house. I looked up why isn't it not there? Why can't you get it? It says because they demolished the house, they had to get rid of it. They had to get rid of it on the virtual tour. So we have to find people that did videos and posted it, and that one was from Lauren from Hidden True Crime, but the room looks different. This looks more accurate right here. Hers doesn't have like this wall coming out. This makes more sense, right? Because the door opens and it's not gonna the bed is still gonna be out. Like it's gonna, I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't even know. It's like, do I trust? Because those look like 2 different rooms. I mean, they look really similar. They have the closet, but this wall right here, that makes a big difference on, like, trying to figure out what happened. Because if he was laying on bed and you open the door, I mean, his feet would have been right here. He could just go, I mean, either way, Brian could open, the door and shut it, but then that means he would have had to kinda shut it a little bit, unless if I don't know. I know these little details you guys are probably like, they are kind of important because everything happens so quick. So, I don't know. Those bedrooms look a little bit different. One was from the Idaho, site, what was it called? Like a rental site, and the other one was from that koala virtual tour that Hidden True Crime had up on our video, and they both said Xana's room, so I don't know. They just look a little bit different, so it's confusing me now. I guess it could be the same, and we just can't see that wall right there, and the virtual just, like, missed the virtual thing just kinda missed that. Cause look, there's the bathroom door and everything. It says "to be," so I don't know. Unless if this would be I'm back. My internet went out for a minute. Thank God it went back. I saw the little globe come up. I don't know if you guys, if everybody's the spectrum. I don't know. You see that globe on the bottom right. Sorry, guys. Ugh. Can you hear me now? Okay, so I should be back. Everybody freaking lost people figures. Um, okay, so let me share my screen again. You can't hear me? You could hear me, right? Okay. Sorry, guys. Internet just went out for a minute, but I am back. Okay, so let me share my screen. All right, so we have Xana's room. They said there's blood on the door handle, which it doesn't actually doesn't say on the out. Let me see. Does it say the outside or all red color liquids appear to be blood. She appeared to have multiple cuts. On a desk against the north wall of the bedroom was Coronel's Idaho University of Idaho identification along a rolled up $2 bill and a blank consistent with blank. Um, okay, her legs, arms appear to be. As I entered the bedroom, I saw multiple drops of red liquid near the entrance and multiple red colored drips on the door above and below the doorknob. I'm guessing on the outside because he's saying has he entered? So I'm guessing it's the outside door handle. Which is interesting because I can't say for sure, but I'm guessing on the door above and below the doorknob. Because the way he's describing it, that I can't say for sure. But if that's true, that's kind of interesting because the door was opened. Brian didn't reshut it. Did was it after they were. I mean, I guess it could have just been with them fighting or whatever got on there. Anyway, okay. Now it says exiting the bedroom and walking east, there wasn't anything visible of interest in the bathroom. So no blood in the bathroom. But outside the bathroom door, there appeared to be small drops of red liquid near the baseboard. A small smear of a red colored liquid on the south wall and a hair stuck to the wall. Okay, so I actually I did like arrows just to show you in case if like here, and then we'll go through the actual things, but I did arrows of, um, what they described. Wait, smear brother. Oh, because the next one. Okay, so let me read one more over because I'm gonna show you something here, and then it says, well, that's not till we go way farther, but let me just show you this picture and then I'll explain it because it goes on. Okay, so it goes on to say that there is some blood near the door. Okay, walking in, about shoulder length high, not in the door frame, but they just said kind of near the door. So I think they're saying on this wall, but closer to the door area, shoulder length, shoulder height. There's some blood right here, a smear, like somebody leaned up against it or transferred it. And then they say there's some blood. Like they don't say how high this one is, but somewhere by the bathroom door frame, somewhere right here, there's some blood. And then right here in the bottom where the baseboard into the bathroom, but not in the bathroom, but right there on the floor, there's some right here. Now, we'll just go through my arrowed pictures real quick. Oh, we're not there yet. Hold on. And I already showed you that. I guess I don't need those because I already showed everything. Okay. All right. So now let's go through the actual pictures of it. It's hard to make out. Hold on, let me show you. So I tried to get like pictures of, where you could see the baseboard right here. You could kind of like see, but I don't know. Where is it at? It's somewhere around here in the bathroom. but it doesn't sound like it's a lot. So, but nothing made it into the bathroom somehow. So, I don't know. It just sounds like there's just a little bit somewhere. I swear there's one more picture that shows it all the way, the whole thing. But no, I think these are, there might be one more somewhere mixed in with my other pictures, but that's about, I mean, they make sure they do not freaking show you, but look at this. There's the blood. There's the one that's next to the, somewhat next to the door. It's right here. I found it. So I actually estimated pretty good on that because it doesn't, you'll see how it describes it. It does not say, I mean, it doesn't say much. And a piece of hair. There's the hair with the blood. That's what they describe. We haven't got to it yet, but we're about to read to where it says the blood and there's a piece of hair stuck to the blood. It's right here. Oh my God. Wow. I didn't even realize that yet. I didn't think I don't know. I didn't even see that one yet. I just made sure I screenshot pictures of where the areas that they said that the blood was. And then somewhere on the baseboard down here. So I don't know. Ooh, is that? I don't know. I can't tell if that is too. But okay. So let me read that so you guys see what I'm talking about. Okay. Um, Oh, yeah, we did read that already. Outside the bathroom door, there appear to be small drops of red liquid near the baseboard, a small smear of a red colored liquid on the south wall, and a hair stuck to the wall. That's exactly what we just saw. Wow, you could actually see the freaking hair. Isn't that that's kind of crazy. That's just crazy because they weren't releasing like that. You could actually see a piece of hair on there. It's right here. Huh. Sorry. Stupid. Out of all nights, I was so like prepared for this and now it keeps going out. Anyway, what I was saying is it's just like I cannot believe that we actually could see the piece of hair on here. Dang it. Anyway, so that's what they're talking about. The baseboard, they don't say like which side. And I mean, that's all we have right here. We can't see. I mean, it's so blurry. You can't, I went through all the pictures. I mean, that's, unless if that, no, that's not it. I don't know. Okay, so that's that, and then, nothing in the bathroom. Now, was the bathroom shut or something? Like, how did that's gonna tell you right there positioning then, because they got it all on the half wall, the north side across the stairs. If they're out in that hallway area, having a struggle, that just shows you that they were. It almost seems like it was this way, like kind of like I don't know. But nothing in the bathroom. Do you guys think the bathroom door was shut? I have no idea. And then, I don't know what that means. Okay, so, and then it goes on describing south out of the living room was a small step down and a bedroom immediately to the left. Um, East, which is a Blank's room, which is Dylan. South was a staircase to the third floor, a small storage area under the stairs. To the right was the kitchen. Blank's room was messy with multiple items of clothing on the floor and a notebook in disarray on the floor near her desk along the north wall. Her bed was unmade and her University of Idaho identification was on the floor near the south wall under her makeup desk. There was no apparent blood in her room. That's Dylan's room. The storage closet was tidy with nothing of interest noted. Wow, that didn't look I wouldn't describe it as tidy though. Hmm. The kitchen counters were cluttered with dirty dishes, orange containers, and fast food bag from Jack in the Box, labeled Xana near the sink. The sliding glass door was just over halfway opened. On the outside of the window, on the south wall, were two handprints and a possible face print on the glass. Face print, I don't know. There were also red colored drips on the north side cabinets near the sink and a red colored liquid drop on the floor. The red color marks appeared to possibly be blood. Now, like I said, I haven't when they go test those, they do the blood swabs, they don't say if all of them have been confirmed blood. So could that have been something else? But I'll show you um where they are describing that. Hold on. That blood where they just described it in the kitchen, okay? Um okay, here's the kitchen pictures. So now, they say the north side above, like, by the sink. So which cabinet? Don't know. Could be any of these. One of these. I mean, they don't say specifically which exact cabinet, but they kinda describe it that it's, on this side near the sink. So I'm guessing it's one of these. Um, but I guess they could even no, I don't think they would have described that near the sink because that would have been the fridge. So I'm guessing like here. So, and then on the floor somewhere. Now, when they go to describe the floor, they don't say where, but since they just described up here, I was like picturing it being down here somewhere on the floor, right? I could be wrong, but now let's see if we could see anything. I mean, it could even be below the sink. They don't say. I'll show you how they word it again. Because it doesn't say like above or below, but there's somewhere. And this is the one that confuses me the most. How did blood get there, right? Now, could that have been from Hunter? Where do they keep their kitchen knives? If they keep their kitchen knives in these cupboards or he was looking for one and he didn't know and he's looking in a frantic, he just got done checking to see if Xana was breathing. Probably had some blood on his hands because she was covered in blood. Does he go in the kitchen, which we know he goes in the kitchen to look for a weapon or something to, get something so he was scared to make sure he could clear the house. I could see him going in there trying to look for a knife, opening the cupboard door. And that could be where the blood I don't know. But that would be more of a smear. Let's see how they describe it again. Hold on a second. Because a smear compared to like a drop, let's see, it says there was also red colored drips. Ooh, see, I don't think drips would be from his hand. He wouldn't I don't think he would have that much blood on his hand that it was dripping because he wouldn't have, you know what I'm saying? He wouldn't have just like so that makes me think it's not. But anyway, drips on the north side cabinets near the sink and red colored liquid drop on the floor. A drop. No, see, that's making me think it's not from him. But now we know Brian went into the kitchen afterwards. Was he gonna try to clean up? Did he? Like, did he clean up at all? Did he what like wash? And I don't know. There's no way. So that confuses me right there. Did I already read about the ping pong table? Not ping pong, but oh, I forgot to highlight that. See, I almost read we have to go talk about this beer pong table because that's important. Okay. I forgot to highlight this. So because the things I've highlighted is where the blood is, at least as far as throughout like in the house, not in the bedrooms necessarily, but where we have pictures. And I wish I'm glad I caught it though. So here we go. There were multiple areas of red liquid on the table that appeared to be blood. So they're talking about the table had multiple red solo cups on it in game formation, along with a small steak knife. There were multiple areas of blood liquid on the table that appeared to be blood. Okay. Originally, I only seen those ones, but I saw more after I was like going through after I finally screenshot the freaking photos so I could zoom in because you know how on Adobe I could not freaking zoom in. It was driving me nuts. Every time I zoomed in, I had to wait like a minute for it to catch up. So I finally was able to do that. So here we go. Let me show you what I found. You guys might have already looked through them and found this stuff. I do want to finish going through the kitchen stuff though, but let's do here beer pong table. Okay. So obviously we went through this one where you see we talked about this one. There's some blood right here. Right here though. Right here and right here. There's some blood. Now there could even be more that we're just not seeing because of these photos and the pixels and you know what I'm saying? There definitely could be stuff that's not we're not being able to see somehow. I mean, there could be, you know what I'm saying? Because you could see how it's kind of not the clearest. That could be some the pixels. It's hard to make it. It's hard to tell on some of them. But what we can for sure see is these ones. This one, this one, this. You guys see it? And they do say multiple, so this gives a better look at these right here, 2, 3 drops right here, which unfortunate that he puts the knife right on some you know, evidence. He doesn't even realize. No, like they're not even like seeing the blood. I feel like they're so frantic and they're that like I don't even think any of them seen it. Like there's do you think Dylan or Bethany or any of the kids that went up and down, Hunter that was going up and down the front stairs saw those blood drips on the wall? I guarantee they didn't. I guarantee they didn't even see it on this table at the time. I mean, they're just like their brain is somewhere else, you know, freaking out. They're not noticing these little details here. Um, oh, did I ever show you? Man, I forgot to show you this too. We went over this the one by the staircase. I forgot. Okay, right here. I showed you the picture of it like when they weren't living, and then I forgot to actual show you the. Wow, sorry guys. I think because my internet went out, and but look, you could see one drip, two. You could see 3, 4. You could see those. So there's a. They said it, yeah, and they described the whole half wall had blood dripping on it. You know, just splattered. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's gonna be covered, but covered in a way where, like, you know what I'm saying? Like spread it, like in between. There's a lot of space. Am I making sense? Where it's not like I think people were expecting it to look a lot different, but so yeah. I mean, it's pretty much so. And then you can't see because it gets blurry, but I bet you there's some more to going down. But yeah, so you have that, and then you have the blood here, 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 here that we could see. No, there could be more that we're just not seeing. Um, you know, I don't know. Is that? I wonder if that is right here. It almost looks like there's some right here. I don't know with the pixels and the bad, you know, it's hard to say for sure. Now these you could say for sure because you could see the actual. Oh wait, it's not in that picture. It doesn't go back far enough. On that one, we could see the drip, and then the ones in the stair going down, you could tell for sure that's blood dripping. But like this right here, I don't know. I could see a little bit of red. That you know, I bet you it is. You could see like you guys see that. So that I'm not sure, but I'm betting it is because he said it was like throughout the whole half wall. Um, and then these for sure right here. Could see the actual streaks like okay, so that's that, which my guess of well, let me just show you everything and then I'll tell you what my theory on what. And then they move this table and you could see They move the knife and you can see there, maybe right here, here, here. Looks red. I don't know if there's anything over here. Um, let me see what other pictures I have here. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Okay, so let me read through this again. So there was a half wall to my right because he's going to his right. I could see multiple drops of runs of red liquid along the entire half wall. Across the half wall to the north, I saw the more red stains on the wall above the first and second staircase. Which if you guys are just coming in, this is what they're describing right here, this wall right here. And you can see this drip and right here and that. And then there's one more picture. Yeah, right here. You could see it's like 2 drips right there. And then this. So that's some of it on that wall. Like I said, we don't have a good picture up here. I don't know if there's any here. But anyway. So that's what he was describing there. Got that's that blue stuff they sprayed. Anything else you can't see for sure. Okay. So then we already went through the bathroom door, appear to be small drops of outside the bathroom door, there appear to be small drops of red liquid near the baseboard, a small smear of red color liquid on the south wall, and a half hair stuck to the wall. Which, like I said, we can't, I don't know on the baseboard. Good luck on that because they don't describe exactly where on the bottom here on the other side, but we did find right here where they're talking about that blood on the in the hair. Hair stuck to the wall with a little bit of blood right there. Okay. So that's what we can see right now. That's what they're describing. And it does match up with, which walls they're saying. So the south wall, hair stuck to the wall is a small smear. And then the other thing, like I said, that we can't see in a picture is this one right here. And then we'll move on. I just wanted to go over everything again, and then I'm gonna um the other thing they're talking about, like shoulder length, somewhere by the door, shoulder height, that there's a smear, a transfer smear, like right here. How do they say that? The hallway near the bedroom, there appeared to be a red colored transfer mark at approximately shoulder height. So it's on the north wall, which is that side, near the bedroom door. So that's why I'm guessing it was, kind of like right there, like not in the door frame, but like near it, of shorter height, which is probably down here. There's a transfer. Okay. And then the other one, like I said, there was that one that with the hair in that right there. And then there's somewhere blood on the baseboard near the bathroom door. I couldn't find that one. Okay, so let's go back to the kitchen now. Like I said, they described drops on the kitchen cabinet. Hold on, let me exit out. And then there were also red colored drips on the north side cabinets near the sink and a red colored liquid drop on the floor. So I guess one drop on the floor and drips on the north side cabinets. The red color marks appear to be blood. So like I said, this is the north wall of the kitchen. near the sink, so I'm guessing the drips are on this one or that maybe this one of these 3. Um, but let's see if we could see them because these are the actual pictures, and then a drip on the floor. They don't describe where on the floor, so I have no idea. I'm guessing it's close to where the cabinets drips, like it dripped down from wherever the drips came here, and then maybe the person was standing here and it's there. Okay. Um, yeah, there's no way we'll be able to see on the floor with in these pictures because the floors are kind of dark and a little bit dirty but I was thinking maybe on the cabinets we'd be able to see. But like, do they mean whoa, okay, I have a question. Do you think they mean cabinets up here or here? Because north side it would have to be like it would probably be more this one than this. Because this would be like, I don't know, in the middle of the north and west walls. But what do you think they mean these cabinets? No, because those are drawers. It has to be. Those are cabinets. Because that would be considered drawers. So yeah. Okay. All right. So that's that. Now let's move on to going up the third floor. Okay. So as I walked south up the stairs, they switched back to the north. On the center wall banister were red colored liquid smears. So there was blood up there on the third floor. It says they appeared to be blood smears. Which I missed that when I read all these to you guys, and I like that. That's why I probably only absorbed half the stuff I read, and like didn't even remember that they said that. It didn't even go into my memory that there was blood on the banister on the third floor. What about you guys? When I read that, I'm like, I don't even remember reading that. No recollection of that. Anyway, so let's show you here. So, the banister would be up here, I'm guessing. Wouldn't you guys, how they described it? But let me go. See, I have these backwards. Okay, there we go. So you're going up the stairs, up the stairs. I mean, what would you guys? It wouldn't be this, right? I was thinking it was right here the way they described it. What do you guys think? It's, I was thinking it was up here. Help me out. Let me look what you guys are writing. Or would it be this? Would it be this? What would this be called? Maybe it is. I, I don't know. Is it here? Okay. My original thought was right up here. So my original thought was right, but then as I'm talking to you guys, I'm like, wait, would it be this? But this is where I thought right here. But that means, they have Halloween. Looks like Halloween. November. I guess they just didn't take away the Halloween. It doesn't look like Halloween, a pumpkin. Um, Wait, James, are you saying you think it's here or up here? I mean, it would make, if you think about it, if it's not from the act, it would make more sense the blood being here. Unless if it was actually from the act of doing it. And I'm still not convinced that Kaylee didn't put up a fight and it no, because I was gonna say if they did come out here a little bit, then there would have been more blood than just up there. So it has to be from him, like touching something, right? Well, you keep saying up, James. But I'm asking this with the pumpkin, with the just say, yeah, the one with the Halloween decorations or no. That's what I want to know. it does seem weird. Okay, let me go up. It does kind of make seem a little bit odd that it would be up there, but I mean, that's where my head thought originally saw it, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, that's kind of weird up here. Like, how did it get there? Huh. But yeah, no, I get that, but like that would mean like where Maddie's room is, so that means that they did come out of the room a little bit. Because look, hold on, let me bring up the bedroom here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Um, so this is where it would be. I mean, this is where I'm trying to debate if it's right here. Okay. So bedroom's here. How, I mean, there's a wall right here. This doesn't come out. So if he's, in the room, how would the cast off get way over here? Like it'd have to like turn, I have to go out and turn, like it's dry, it's like so, but the reason I'm trying to figure this out because then that means they did kinda come out here a little bit maybe, because I think Keely put up a fight, and I know it's hard to understand. Like, I keep thinking, like, she was under the covers, they described her, like, there's covers. It's like, so was she sleeping? Did she get out of her bed? But from her injuries, I still think she was standing up fighting him out of her bed. Like like, she got up or something, was trying to get him off of Maddie or something, and then just I don't know, as he was attacking her, maybe she kinda, like, was trying to protect herself and got under the covers or something, because I can't see all those injuries, because that so maybe he did kinda be maybe she was putting up a fight and he kinda was, like, like, in right here a little bit where there would be some blood right here, because otherwise, if he was inside the room, how would the cast off come out and then turn? You know what I'm saying? There's a wall, the angle here. It doesn't seem possible unless if it's just right here on the tip. So, I do. I think that she put up a fight, and I can't. I mean, we know she put up a fight, but I mean, I think she was out of her bed. I think she got out of Maddie's bed. I think she was fighting him, and I think she maybe after, like, got like, just went I don't know, and then went and then as he's attacking her and gets her on the bed, maybe then she pulls up the covers to try to protect herself or something. I mean, I saw a theory in a group and it kind of made me think. So, what if now this is just a theory that I read in a group. What if he did no, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, because the ladder, like, there's a theory in the group that he went in through Kaylee's room because they said they thought they saw a picture, which I don't know if there is any pictures in yeah, there is pictures in Kaylee's room. I gotta go try to find those because they said they thought that the door was open to the patio when they were taking the crime scene photos and stuff. Um, but then how would he get up there? I know there was that ladder, but when they came, the ladder wasn't by Kaylee's room. So there was just a theory that he came up through there and got in through Kaylee's patio, went in, and Kaylee actually this is a theory. Kaylee was in her bedroom sleeping. And when he came in her room, she ran into Maddie's. Hence why her bed looked like somebody just got out of her bed. Remember they said her bed looked like somebody just like was laying there and got out of bed and left. Like it was like unmade. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody had just gotten out. What if she ran into Maddie's like, "Oh my god, there's a guy, somebody's in here." And then what if Dylan did hear Kaylee and it was Kaylee just screaming, "Somebody's here" to Maddie, going in Maddie's room, and she heard the and it sounded so close she thought it was actually down the stairs, but it wasn't. It was just upstairs. What if that's it? Huh. It's a plausible theory. The only issue I have is, like, why would he go up that way? Unless if the sliding door was locked. Do we know for sure that it wasn't? I know he went out that way, but he could have. I know it doesn't lock, but are we sure that there wasn't anything placed in there that night? Because maybe it was actually locked, and then he just, when he went out that way, he moved whatever was there. I don't know. I know it seems not likely, but if all the doors were locked and that one wasn't, but then how would he know for sure that that wasn't locked to risk climbing up all the trouble? And then he climbs up there and then it's locked. I don't know if he'd risk that because then it would be like, oh, shoot. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. It was just a theory I read in the Facebook group and I was like, I don't know. Anyway, well, there was a ladder out there, but the ladder wasn't by it was on the other like, it wasn't even by that, so that would I mean, if he used the ladder, he would I don't think he would have ran and moved the ladder after the fact and stuff, so, yeah. Anyway, just a thought, I just thought I'd share somebody in, Facebook group was talking about that. Okay, so yeah, here's Maddie's room. Here's the bathroom. Here's where I think they're describing the blood. It's either here, they said the banister, but I just looked up banister, like, and some people call like even the railing, like this right here, banister, if you look it up. So that's why I looked it up because I'm like, I would, in my head, when they say banister, I'm thinking right here. But like I said, I looked it up to see like, wait, could this be considered a banister? And I guess, I mean, it looks like people could call that too, but I don't know. I'm gonna stick. I'm leaning more towards this. Just I'm gonna go with first instinct. But anyway, so yeah, there's blood like smeared. I guess he could have put his hand there after. Wait, let me see how they described it. Did they say smear or drop? Now I forget. Uh, on the center wall banister. That's why That's why I thought it was that. That's where my head went there. They are saying that because the way to describe it, duh. Yeah. That's why I was so sure that because it says center wall banister. It's got to be that. That's the center wall banister, right? Wait, no, I'm thinking like, what if they mean the center in between the two? I don't know, but anyway, red colored liquid smears though, so that's why I don't think it is cast off because it's saying smears. I don't, so I'm thinking it's from him, but like, would he have touched? Wait a minute, Xana comes up and interrupts it. So he's chasing her down. So he could have like ran and just kind of used it as leverage as he's chasing her down as he goes and runs and chases after her. Right. I think he's right-handed. He would have had his right hand. He would have the knife in the right hand. He would have like I could picture that him running out and kind of like grabbing onto it, like you know what I'm saying? And using his left hand to kind of like for like to kind of what is the word? I could see that as he hurries up, and then it's probably smear from his hand and his having blood on it. I think that's what it is. Yeah. That makes sense now. Okay, because I couldn't make sense of, like, why there would be, blood there because it wouldn't be they cast off it because you know what I'm saying? But now I just made sense. So, yeah, I think they are describing it because the center wall banister. Okay. Wow. Anyway, so it says at the top of the stairs was a small hallway. Directly to the left, west was bedroom Kaylee's. The bedroom was clean with the bed unmade and a black colored coat laying on the ground next to the bed on the left side. When you look from the foot of the bed, partially behind the door on the north wall was a wire dog kennel. There didn't appear to be any blood inside the room. On the right side, east of the hallway, it ended with a bathroom. To the south of the bathroom was a small bedroom, Mogan's. There didn't appear to be anything of interest in the bathroom. As they entered the bedroom, there was a bed directly to the left, east. So he's entering Maddie's room. On the bed were Kaylee and Maddie. They were covered by a beige colored comforter with a large pool of red liquid near the center of the comforter. Multiple walls and the ceiling had multiple areas of red colored cast off. So the ceiling and the wall, we saw the wall that was, you know, where Kaylee's side, that wall right next to the bed. Which I have that picture, but I'm just not because I'm not gonna share that again. I think I shared it on the first batch of photos. I shared it when I was going through those. But since now the family was talking about how they really don't want it shared, I'm not gonna share that again, but um you could see what they're describing when they describing this. There is a picture that you could see, like you could kind of see like the middle, not completely middle, but like the edge of the middle of the bed and what they're describing, how like it was all, I don't know, and the pillow and then the wall and stuff. So yeah. Um Maddie had multiple visible cuts on her face. Kaylee had severe trauma to her face, visible cuts with a large amount of dried red color liquid on her face. Appeared to be aspirated blood coming from her mouth. Near Maddie's left hip was a tan-colored leather sheath, partially covered by the comforter. On the door ledge, I saw multiple red-colored transfer smears. The upper mark was approximately my shoulder length. So transfer smears. Who is that? I mean, was that from him, do you think? James, what do you think? You're smart. I like getting your opinion on stuff. Because okay, on the door edge, now I don't know if they mean which edge. I'm guessing it's here. Let's look at it. Because this would be like the door would open this way. So it could be on this door the edge, but well, I was guessing right here. But with my theory about him running and using his left hand as kind of like as he's chasing her, then maybe if you picture that, then his left side could have actually uh, came in contact with this edge of the door. You know what I'm saying? So let me see how they describe it again, because they don't say which side on the door edge. Oh, not the frame, on the edge of the door? Is that what they mean? On the door edge, I was picturing like edge right here, but that'd be like the door frame. I don't know, but on the door edge, I guess it could be. What do you guys think? Like on the actual door then? So it opens, you can see how it opens. So yeah, I mean I could see either way of him running. It's from him, I feel like, and him, having blood. But that right there tells you he had blood on him. I guarantee, like he did. Um, so yeah, he definitely took it off somewhere. Oh, is it the opening? So then would it be like on the edge? Okay, maybe it is then. Either way, I could see him getting, you know, coming into contact with the side of him right here or right here, either or. So somehow there's some blood there. All right. Let's see. Now, so then I was going through here because this is helpful where they took blood swabs, which would tell you, where did they see the blood. So this kind of helped, narrow down some things. Hold on. Hey, Elle. Hey, Soul. Austin. AC Lady. Hey, let me say hi to a few people. And James, hello. Um, Stephanie, there's no way Ethan could have slipped through that. It's horrible. No, I think he was probably originally sleeping or laying down trying to sleep, and then she went and woke him up, and but I think he went quick. I think Brian ran in there, and I think he now that I see the cuts, I wish I knew for sure that where at, but on the back of his legs, and then we know he has one had one on his knee too. So I think Brian ran in there, tried to, like, immobilize him. His feet were probably I mean, his feet would have been right there if he was, like, laying down. I feel like that would have been, like, right, as Brian right to his left as he ran in there. I think he just hurry up and cut his legs, try to immobilize him, and then went to his neck, and it was, like, quick. I think it was really quick before it is Xana. Um, wow. Anyway, no, I don't think so. I don't think he was running at all. What do you mean? I was talking about Xana and Brian running after Xana. I don't think Ethan even made it off the bed. If anything, he may have stood up, but then just fell right back because it was quick. Who feel the worst for, I mean, all of them, but, like, having to go through it the longest period of time, realizing what was going on was, um, Xana. I mean, she had that would have been the worst because not only she went up and I don't know how much she would have seen when she went up and saw Brian there. She probably didn't make it really far into the bedroom to be able to see anything, but she sees this guy with a mask and a knife, so that would be like s- so scary. I doubt she saw Maddie and Xana or Maddie and Kaylee, to be honest. But then running, like, it's like a horror movie, running with him chasing him, and then I really think that he killed Ethan before her. So watching him kill Ethan and then you're the last, oh my god. And I think Kaylee too, because I think Kaylee that I can't make sense out of her injuries and why, because that shows you that she put up a fight or something because, like, how are you gonna do all that if she's just, like, laying down? Like, it wouldn't make sense. It's I feel like maybe he went after Maddie first and she was trying to, protect Maddie. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. She was putting up a fight trying to get him off Maddie maybe. What do you guys think about that? Okay, so, yeah. Yeah. Wait, who? Kaylee or Maddie? Or Kaylee or Xana, I was saying. Yeah, he definitely had blood on him. Um, I just wonder, I mean, I think he changed out. He took off the clothes outside. I mean, his layer, he took them off outside because that'd be the smartest thing to do to not risk DNA being inside. Put him in a bag, sealed up, like a bag, trash bag or whatever, and then put it in his trunk, I bet. And then, where did he get rid of the stuff? They kind of know his path, but like they don't know how I mean, they know a couple places that they think he may have stopped because witnesses seen, somebody stopped, it could have been him. They tried to dig up that area. The one person said they seen him, but, like, I wish I wish they would have made him tell them where he got rid of the weapons, because right there, then that would have shot down any doubts of him being the right guy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, you could say, "Oh, tell us how it happened and stuff," and then it's like, okay, he could be lying or not, but if you show, like, "Where's the weapons? Where'd you put your clothes? Where's everything?" And then you see it, and then nobody can say anything because he's definitely in like, even the people that did, "Oh, he's innocent." Well, he's definitely involved. They can't deny he's involved then. They'll probably come up with, "Oh, yeah, but he was held at gunpoint and they made him do it," or they something silly because they can't accept them being wrong. But, that would prove that he's definitely involved, for those people that think he's not. Oh, yeah, that's true. Plastic in the car too. Yeah. But the reason I think he did take off a layer of clothes because he wouldn't have risked like, what if he get pulled over? He gets pulled over a lot. He's the most unlucky person to get pulled over, all those pull over. How many times he get pulled over in, like, 1 year? So, just, like, the risk of him getting pulled over for something simple and then him having blood on him, that's why I think he took off that layer with blood. Plus, probably had plastic. He probably had both the way he wanted to be extra careful, I bet. "Hey, Nina." Um Oh, I didn't hear that, but that I wouldn't put it past. That makes sense. Huh, I could see that, lazy lady. Okay, so this kinda gives us a more narrowed down. So they, a steak knife located on the okay. Blood swab collected from the north wall above the floor, or north wall above floor, and that's the one and two staircases. That's the picture where we actually saw some of the oh, here, hold on a second. Oh, this is why screenshot this because this is where the latent footprint would have been that they actually found. Um, and I was trying to zoom in, and I know they say you could like they couldn't see it with their eyes, but they were able to. But like I'm kind of seeing something right there, but I no, I think it's the pixels. I don't, yeah, you don't even be able to see it, but the latent footprint somewhere here as they walk by. I wonder how close. I wish they would show us exactly where. Like, was it? Oh, because he would have walked it down here and up, or up, down, and then back around here. So it could have been from any of those. Um. Okay, so oh, I found this picture. Okay, did anybody find that for me? Where supposedly it said that that blood was tested and it was Ethan's? Because when we were going through the, pictures that they just released, I can't find this in the pictures. This came out right after it happened, remember? The report I think a reporter got a picture of it, but I can't find it in any of the pictures, so they maybe just didn't release where it would have been, in those pictures they released or something? Because supposedly I'll show you supposedly where they say it was. Um, uh Hold on. The outside, there's a bunch of outside ones up here. It supposedly would line up like Xana's room or Ethan, where the bed, like the bed, the outside wall. Hold on, let me find it. So there was that ladder, right? But it wasn't by Kaylee's room. So, oh wait. Oh, it's going pretty good now. I shouldn't have done that. Knock on wood. I hope it shows. Like supposedly it's like it'd be like they're not showing that angle, but hold on, let me see if I can get a better picture. Like right here, it'll be back here on this wall. So it would line up. So Xana's room's right here, and the back wall would be like where the headboard would be of the bed, which would make sense if it was Ethan's blood. But I swear they show. Wait, is that it? That's not it. No. I don't know if they show that angle. I bet you not. You. Oh, anyway, that's where supposedly it is, which I think it was taken there because that's the only place that would make sense of the way it looks like in the house. So very well could be, but I don't know where that came from. Why do I think that Chris McDonough said that about the wall, about them testing it being Ethan's? Why do I think he said that? So I don't know if it was ever in any documents. I don't remember reading the documents, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't because like I said, I read so many in such a short period of time. Like I didn't absorb everything. I'm gonna have to go back through them. Like I said, I was surprised when that banister, like, what? I didn't know there was blood there. Didn't realize that I read it. Trying to get that a better angle on that back part of the house. It's gotta be that though, because that's the way the house looks. There's no other place that it could be. So, in my opinion. But I think they don't show you a picture of that then, huh? Out of all the pictures, they won't show that, which is crazy because, I mean, that got released, you know, at the beginning. Oh, wait. I don't even know. Where is this at? Oh, that's on the other side. The opposite side of Vienna's. Anyway, so yeah, I think it is. I think it's right there where the headboard, I mean, obviously it's lower, but like where the headboard would be on the second floor. So if it dripped down through the walls, but I just don't know. Did he read that in a document? Let me see what you guys are saying. No, but they said it was tested. Well, then that makes me think it hasn't been confirmed. I'm talking about being tested for that it was Ethan's. Nobody would have known that early on, though. Like not public, because they didn't tell us that stuff. So then somebody said it recently, though, too. Huh. Anyway, it makes me doubt it more than if it was said early on because they didn't tell us a lot of the details early on, if that makes sense. But I think I was watching something with Chris McDonough recently and he said it. So I don't know. Very well could be. It makes sense. All right, so let me go back to my other stuff. Wait, let's think. It goes down. Yeah, I think it is. Put a 1 if you think it is and a 2 if you don't, if you think it is blood. Okay. All right. So what I think, like I said, I still can't decide if I think it's more plausible that she falls right here or something, or when he says, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," is it before he actually makes it back to the room? Because the reason I think he killed Ethan first, because there's no way. I mean, we know that Xana put up a good fight. There's no way that Ethan did not wake up and get out of bed if that was the case. And he would not be in his bed. He would be somewhere else and he would have been fighting. You know what I'm saying? He would have been fighting him and he wouldn't have been found laying in bed. So I think he definitely killed him first. But yeah, that's why I think she ran. I still think she ran all the way in, woke Ethan up. Brian followed her. He went in, like I said, he opens the door. Ethan, his legs would be right there. It was probably so quick. I think Brian first cut his legs, tried to make him immobile, and then went for his neck, and he was done. And then Xana comes running out. Now, whether she was really in the bathroom or somewhere out here, because Dylan, could have thought even if she was here that she was in the bathroom, it would probably sound like it was right there. So whether wherever she was, she runs out and he's like, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." Um, because I don't see her. The more I think about it, I don't see her after witnessing that to going in the bathroom unless if she was able to shut the door and lock it. You know what I'm saying? I would think she'd be trying to get out. So I wonder if she fell or maybe she was just too or she was hurt. Maybe she was stabbed already or something. Or I don't know, no, because there's no blood in the bathroom. But anyway, my point is I think they were fighting like right here in the hallway. And I think her head probably she'll maybe lean up against the wall and her head got stuck there maybe, her hair, piece of hair. And yeah, I think he was attacking her and they were like right here. And that's why there's blood spatter here and over there. Because if he's like moving the knife, you go back. And even this motion would either or. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert when it comes to that to know like what's more probable if his back was facing here and the blood splatter came from behind or if it was the you know what I'm saying? I don't know, but it got here and it flew over here and went psh, and that makes sense if they're like around, right here in this hallway. And then even some got on the ping pong or oh my god, beer pong table. And then ultimately somehow, they went back here. He got her back here, and then now they said, blood on the door handle. Didn't say if it was the inside or outside, but, I think it was the outside right here because the way he was describing walking in, the cop or whoever was writing the report. Well, I don't know, help me out. Do you think when they were the blood being on the door handle. Yeah, because they're fighting here, so but you wait a minute. You would think there'd be blood spatter on the door. On the outside of the door was I don't know, maybe there was, they didn't say, or if maybe the door was more all the way open, pushed open more, and then so, yeah, the blood coulda got on there just from them fighting out here, and it could have been splattered back, or because I was just picturing, did somebody touch it and try to, like, you know, open it or shut it, but no, I mean, it could have been anywhere from the fighting out there. Yeah, anyway, so let me go through the pictures I have here, and then yeah, so you got that's you could definitely see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could see a bunch, and like I said, I think there's some here that it's just too blurry, and then, like I said, blood on the table. Um, just gonna go through all of them. This is looking straight down without after they moved the table. Oh, you can see the table right here when they had it moved like this. So too blurry to see anything. But then the latent print, I would be interested to know where that was. Exactly. I mean, it was outside her bedroom door, but like wonder how. Okay, so I went through those. I just want to go through all the pictures I have real quick and then just gives you a look. Like I said, there's blood here, blood there. There's some right there. Shoulder lengths. Hold on a second. All right, let me go. Oh, not gonna be able to see that. I'm gonna skip that. I already went through that. Kitchen. We already went through the kitchen. You can't tell where it's at really. These once again. So I'm guessing it's just from the like, but I'd be interested to know if it tested positive for blood right there. Because what if it's just like a drink or something? I mean, what if they were wrong about that? But it does look like blood though. It looks more like smeared though, doesn't it? Than like, uh, nothing. Oh, there's a cup. There's nothing really else over here. What is this? What is that? Anybody know? I don't want to watch that video too, guys. I just wanted to go through everything to make sure I didn't miss anything I wanted to show you. Yeah, so there's like smudges of blood on the table. I describe it more as like a smudge, wouldn't you? All right, so we went through that. Second floor bathroom. Well, we went through that, which I don't know. There's a drop somewhere on the baseboard here we can't find. None in the bathroom. Let me see how the bathroom door opens. Hold on. Is there a door? Oh, it opens in, but wonder if there's a lock on there. Oh. Like I said, we found the hair right here with the blood and the blood right here that they described. And then, what else? Living room. I think we already went through this. Is that more blood? No, I don't think you could just see that right there. It's like smudges. Already went through that. Is there anything over? No. Okay. Yeah, there's just a fight in the hallway, basically. Nothing else really. I can't really see. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Let me just go through all the bedrooms really quick. Oh, this is the second floor staircase again, which you could see it doesn't appear that the blood made it all the way down here. It starts like right here, which makes sense if it going over the bandit, like they're in the hallway or like right out. You know what I'm saying? Where I showed you and it just went over it like that. So you have that and that. Like from if they're right here on in this hallway and it just goes like over. Because it's like right here and right here. And then who knows if there how much is over here, but this because you can see that one, this one, and this one, and then there's that other one. It's a little bit lower right here. Right here. And that's the other same one. And then, like I said, I don't know if there's any here. Okay. So I know I'm going over the same thing again, but I just wanted to go through everything one more time. And then we'll go through that person that worked with Bryan. Here's all the bedrooms real quick one more time. Xana's room, there's a closet here. Her bed was up against the wall right here. Maddie's room is really small. These windows, like, I mean, that's true. I guess if he made up in the balcony, I mean, he needs to go in the windows and the door, but I don't think he did because that just doesn't make sense. Because there's not guaranteed that the stuff wouldn't have been locked. And then 3A, this is Maddie's, not her actual room, but the bed, like in the virtual tour. This is the her bedroom that they show in the virtual tour. Right here. And that's how she had her bed because it's really the only way you could put your bed. Look how small. that room is. Wow. Super small. This is Xana's, but her bed was against the wall. I just I guess I don't understand that other picture looks a little different, so I don't have the answer to that why. Oh, let me show you though. This wait, hold on. I'll show you something. Hold on. Oh my god, wait, I almost just ended the stream. This is where supposedly because remember the bed was against this wall, Xana's. She had it pushed over here. This wall right here was supposedly the wall that the blood was found on the outside, lower because this is the second floor. So that'd have been on the first floor. You know what I'm saying? By the ground, but it would be below this wall right here. So like if it, that's if it was, Ethan's, which would make sense. If out of everybody's, it would make sense that it was Ethan's because he would be the bed and it would maybe it's like closer to right here. Because remember, he was lying diagonal on the bed, and his head, they said, was kind of like in between the bed and the wall. And supposedly this wall is what's below or above, where the blood was seen dripping. But I don't know for sure. That's just supposedly. I can't find a picture. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Shoot. Hold on. I just want to go through the rest of the bedrooms. Sorry. And then we'll watch the video that I wanted to show you. Okay, so this is Dylan's. So she would have opened the door right here, cracked it, and that would have been, you gotta kind of look out by where the living room, that step, and as he's walking by, and then Bethany's room supposedly is this one. It's a hers is the biggest one, huh? And then Kaylee's room right here. So she has the patio. Because odd shape is like, huh? I don't know what this is right here, but yeah. So, yeah. So that's all the bedrooms. Okay. Now, anybody want to see anything again? I think we went over. Oh my God! Look at all these. Oh. So, I didn't go through. Okay, so blood. See if we missed anything. Collected from the north wall hallway near the west bedroom entrance. North wall hallway. Yeah, that's collected from. Remember, because you guys remember that. How does that keep getting the arrows that I did here? So these are the arrow ones that I did like the arrows to show. I was trying to actually, for my thumbnail too. But the one I really wanted to show, hold on a second, right here. Remember, like shoulder width. That's what they're just talking about right here on the wall. And then the baseboard, and then right there. Okay. And then don't forget about the banister. See, I already had this done, James. So I was I was thinking like you too, because that's what I thought it was. That's why I had that all done to be right there. The banister. And then I put this because I thought they were talking about the ed when they say the edge of the door, like a smear. I was picturing it to be on this side, but I guess it could have been on this side, but who knows? But there was a smear, like he just probably like touched it, rubbed up against it, had blood on him, either on this side or this side. They don't say. And then they talk about the cabinet drops on the cabinet, and they described it, these cabinets, and then a drop on the floor. So that's all of it. The blood, as far as on, you know, besides the stuff in the bathroom or in the bedrooms. Okay, so then we have blood swab collected from the south wall above bed of floor 2. So this is in the bedrooms. West bedroom. So I mean, we saw that picture. So the south wall, a bedroom. Man, I'm stuffed up. Could you guys hear that? Hold on a second. Let me see something. Um, so it would be the south wall, where the bed was, right here. That's the south wall. I'm still confused about the bedroom thing. I'm gonna do a little bit of research when I end this, but yeah, the bed was up against the wall on the south wall. It's right there. Um, collected from the west wall between the bed and the nightstand. So the west wall is this one. No, the west wall is right here. No, wait a minute. I lied. Hold on a second. Now I have them all backwards. South wall is this. Sorry, I got it wrong. Um, yeah, south wall is this. The west wall is this. So sorry about that. The first one was the south wall, and then the other one was the west wall right here between the bed and the nightstand. Collected from the nightstand near the west wall. Okay. Collected from the floor under Xana. Collected from the west wall near the mirror. So yeah, the west wall. I think the mirror was like right here, remember? But this is the west wall here. So all the blood, this is where the blood was collected. Collected from the left leg of a desk along the north wall. Collected from the exterior of the door. Here we go. This will describe it. The exterior of the door of floor 2 west bedroom, so the outside of the door, so there was some on the exterior, collected from the floor near the open door of floor 2. The floor near the open door. So I don't know. Okay, so that would make sense. Um, collected from the south wall of the okay, it's the south wall of the hallway of floor 2. Um, collected from the folding table in the living room, collected from the kitchen floor near the north side cabinets. Oh, that's probably why I thought it was right there on the floor. I forget, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh yeah, that's why I was picturing, the blood on the floor being right there below the cabinets that we were looking at that had the blood. Collected from the banister of floor 2 and 3 stairwell. Of floor 2 and 3 collected from the exterior of door of floor 3 of the east bedroom. Um Floor wait, the exterior of the door, yeah, okay, so that would make sense. Maddie's door, yeah, there would on the exterior, yeah, because if the door was open, the door would be right there, you know, where he ugh, like, yeah, it'd be open and that exterior would be, like, on the end, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there'd be a lot on that, wow, man. Um, collected from the east wall between bed and nightstand on floor 3. Uh Yeah, that would be, like, at the head of the bed, ahead of Maddie's bed, right? The east wall. Wait, but east wall between the bed and the nightstand. From the south wall closet entrance of the floor 3 east bedroom. Was Maddie's room no, wait, I don't have oh, yeah, okay. Right here, south wall. Collected from the floor near the foot of the bed, collected from the edge of the door of floor 3. The edge of the door. I was hoping that it was gonna show us tell us, like, which edge, but it doesn't, just the edge of the door again. The inside or outside, you know? Collected from the exterior of upper door casing of the floor 3. Okay, exterior of upper door casing. Huh, that's interesting. If I am I picturing that right? The exterior of the upper door casing. Wouldn't that be help me out, guys, but wouldn't that be, hold on. Would that be this right here? I don't know. Like the up exterior of the upper door or no? Am I wrong about that? I don't know. Because that would be kind of weird for it to be there, but I don't um silver color. Okay, so that's all. Sorry guys. I know I just like repeating this stuff, but this sometimes gives you a little bit of a uh clear like specifics of where stuff was at, the stuff we were kind of confused about, but it didn't. I mean, no, it's above hold on a minute. Yeah, the south wall would be where the closet is, then the east would be where the head of the bed. Okay. Anyway, all right, let's watch that video real quick. Have you guys seen that video? So I originally was gonna read the article about the guy that was, I guess he was his boss, like the TA, did he take care of the TAs? I couldn't understand. He was a professor. So he was a TA for Brian was a TA for this professor, is what I understood. I think that's right. So it'd be kind of his boss, right? Or would that be considered your boss if like you're a professor and you're their TA? Anyway, this guy would go into the bar and complain about Brian. Well, the bartender does an interview talking about it. Has anybody ever seen it? So like I said, it originally was an interview, like I was gonna read the article, but I found a video where it's a video. So he says the same thing as what they sum up um in the article. So it's kind of interesting. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is affecting like my like allergies or whatever. It's making me cloudy because I feel like I'm just not doing a good job explaining this stuff. And I was so already unprepared. And I feel like it's just like affecting me. Wait a minute. I think I know what it is because I know sometimes I get allergies or get this when I'm doing lives. But right before this, I put on this face stuff that I haven't used in a while. And when I used to use it around my eyes, it like water and stuff and like burn a little bit. It was doing it again. So I bet you that's making it worse. Wait, there's something else. Wait, this one, did I want to hold on? That's what I wanted to say. Hold on a second. From upper west wall of west upper west wall of west bedroom. That doesn't make sense. Hold on a second. What upper west wall of living room? I don't know. My head is just. Let me play this while I figure this out. My eyes are like watery. All right, let's play this. I guess I forgot to send it to my email, but I'll put it on my history because I just watched it. I swear I emailed me it though. That's weird. Okay. Ooh. All right, here we go.
So my name is Brad Pierce, and Bryan Kohberger's professor is
Oh,
my drinking buddy. So I am a freelance journalist and writer. I live in my hometown of Palouse, Washington, which is a town of 1,000 people that is 15 minutes to the north of the University of Idaho. And at the time that the murders took place, very shocking for this area. You know, it would be shocking anywhere, but there are very few homicides here. This guy, John Snyder, who I know pretty well from the bar, my wife is a bartender and she is his favorite bartender, so they're pretty close. You know, he would come in after work for a beer and was complaining all semester about this horrible grad student that he was TAing for him, and you know how difficult he was to be around, how he was doing a bad job, how he treated the students badly, everything like that. And, you know, it's pretty normal to complain about your job. That's why people go to the bar after work. But finally, you know, on December 30th, Bryan Kohberger was arrested. And it took me a few hours, but when I realized it was a Washington State University criminology graduate student, it occurred to me like, oh, this has to be John's graduate, like John's TA he was complaining about all semester. Then shortly after the new year, he came in looking so bad, my wife commented on it and just showed her the newspaper with Bryan Kohberger on the front of it. And that's when it was confirmed. Overall, you know, there was a gag order on this case forever, which I actually found out that he wasn't under until kind of the end, because he was only going to get called as a sentencing witness or whatever. But anyway, once that ended, I knew he hadn't got to the media. So I got him to speak to me because we're friends. So we sat down for pictures at the bar and we spoke for about 2 hours about his background and the experience of working with Bryan Kohberger. And I mean, in short, John's background is that he was a public defender for almost 30 years. That makes him pretty well known here. It's not a very high population area. It's one of those well respected public facing jobs where you kind of get to know everyone. And he did that for quite some time. And then he got the opportunity to teach at WSU and he decided to take it because he could feel that, an amount of burnout was coming for having worked as a public defender with a huge caseload for so long. And, around here, about half the population are students. So there's not a lot of serious crime, but there's a lot of, getting DUIs or minors drinking or marijuana charges before marijuana was legal here, etc. So mostly, young kids screwing up. He really wanted to make sure they got good representation and, it wouldn't ruin their lives too much. But he moved on to teaching and that went well. He's well liked by his students and colleagues. But then it was the case that, in June of 2022, someone came to introduce himself and said, I'm your new TA. My name is Bryan Kohberger. At the time, he thought he was kind of odd, didn't have a lot of, charisma or that sort of thing. But it's fairly normal in academia. It didn't really stand out. And then, the semester started. And he quickly, as he described it, was, disabused of the notion that he was going to get any real work out of him. There was, a bit of a scheduling conflict, so he didn't see him all that much. But even so, he didn't go to work very much. He didn't get the papers graded. And when he did try to do any work, it was, kind of trying to prove how smart he was, even though, according to John, he's not really very bright whatsoever. And, he wasn't getting along with the students. He was creeping out the girls. One of them emailed a friend saying that she thought that her TA looked like a serial killer. But despite this, John said that he still saw him quite a lot because Kohberger would regularly go to his office and talk to him about various inane, immature, uninteresting things at the end of the day when John obviously wanted to go home. And he said that he came to realize this was a control technique where Bryan felt like he was in control as long as he was able to waste his time. And I thought that was very interesting because I've not really known anyone that does that. Like I've never perceived that's happening to me before. And, over time, he started following him around. John called it his terrier routine. Bryan would be yapping at his heels while he was doing things. In one instance, John was going to pick up something from his wife for a Christmas party, and Kohberger followed him down the hill, talking behind him. And he said that his wife was so disturbed just by seeing him and his presence that she basically flinched all the way to the other side of the car. Just because she had both been hearing him complain about the guy, but that's also just kind of the reaction that people had to being around him. It's very much a contrast to that. When you hear like a serial killer's neighbor say like, oh, he was the nicest guy, you never would have suspected anything. Kohberger was not at all covering up that he was at least a very unpleasant person, though John always assumed he was harmless just because he seemed kind of physically weak and wimpy and not very self-confident. I mean, and then of course, I guess you don't have to be that strong to try to murder sleeping people. Anyway, after this happened, when John discovered it, he was kind of alone in the department building over Christmas break, and it started being searched, and they started looking at a board to try to figure out whose office the police were there searching. And as soon as he saw Kohberger's picture, he kind of realized what was going on. And then his phone started blowing up with just everyone calling him saying that Kohberger had been arrested. So he went to speak to the police in Moscow immediately, instead of waiting around for them. Something that really struck me about this is just the way your feeling of safety is violated when you've known someone like this. The person's met your wife. He's been around all sorts of other people that you care about. And he did say, though, that the amount of support that he got from students and from, other people in the department was like one of the most touching things that he has ever experienced. And though, it's made him feel kind of more socially withdrawn having gone through this, that at the same time, it caused him to feel the most supported that he's ever really felt. It's very difficult. He talked about how kind of what Kohberger did was a direct attack on what he does, because, he wasn't a public defender and he taught criminal justice because he wanted to, make our country more fair for people, make sure people were represented properly in the legal system, that they didn't get railroaded, that, the people that work in this profession are well trained and that they're compassionate and that they know to, understand the problems the people they're working with might have. And meanwhile, here was this person who, as far as we can tell, was studying criminology to be a better serial killer. He felt like it was an attack on his entire profession and career. This is probably John's last year teaching, not just because of Kohberger, but because he's an older man. He's been working really hard for a long time, trying to make our society more fair and just in his own way. And, it's kind of time for someone else to take up the torch. I'm really grateful that John was willing to do the interview. I think it provides a lot of insight into the experience of being, kind of indirectly impacted by a crime. So I hope this will help people understand his role in this, and hopefully make people more sympathetic to the work that is done in, criminal justice programs and by public defenders.
He called. Let me just, maybe we'll watch that in a minute, but I just want to ask for help here. I'm confused. As you could probably see my confused look when I was watching this, maybe not, but what? Right here, you guys. What am I missing here? Okay. This says, it's talking about the rolled $2 bills located on the desk, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then it says, the blue color powder located on the desk at the north wall, so that's in Xana's room. But then it says blood swab, so there must have been something they thought was blood, collected from the west wall of the living room, okay? So, the west wall, hold on, let me bring this up real quick. Living room. So the west, oh my God, why did I just go there? The west wall would be this wall or this wall. So I don't remember them saying that there was blood on the west wall, but I mean, I guess that was just one guy showing what he saw. Maybe he didn't see it, but that would be the west walls. This and this. Okay. And then this is what the next one is what really confuses me, because I mean, that would make sense. I mean, of course, there's blood on the table. Maybe they did see some blood here or here, but right here, collected from upper west wall of floor 3, west bedroom. West bedroom is Kaylee's. I'm confused. Unless if that's a typo, and it's the west wall of Manny's bedroom. Kaylee's bedroom is considered the west bedroom. Xana's is considered the west bedroom. Dylan's is the east, and Maddie's is the east bedroom. What do you guys make out of that? Because I mean, supposedly there was no blood in Kaylee's room. Well, am I just like overlooking something as something silly? But do you guys realize though that's the first time that they've ever said anything? There was any blood in Kaylee's room? Nobody ever said that. Like even when he was going through pointing it out, which, like I said, he also didn't say that there was some on the west wall in the living room. But I mean, sometimes in different reports, they see different things, so that makes sense in the living room for them to there to be blood. But in Kaylee's room, why would there be blood in there? Okay, so they tested it and it wasn't blood, maybe? I don't know. Crazy, but I wanted to point that out because I did have this, wanted to share this too. So, obviously they saw something in the living room. That they thought was blood that they tested, so either on this wall or this wall would be the west walls. I'm guessing because this they probably would have described like differently, even though it is a west wall in the living room. But I'm guessing it's probably this wall. And then Maddie's. Let's see where the west wall of Maddie's room. Hold on, let me see. Got to figure it out here. But let me look. Let me go bring up a thing of her room and see where they tested blood for. Now, could have came back and not blood because that's happened on uh because they didn't tell us the results. But when they tested the somebody's apartment, which I think, if I'm remembering right, I was on since everything's blanked out, I was under the impression that I thought it was Hoodie Guy's apartment. They saw that something looked like blood. Some of it was blood, but some of it wasn't blood. So not all the time where they think it looks like blood is it gonna be blood. But I mean, I don't know. We didn't get the results on that. Unless if it was in those documents that we read and I just didn't absorb it, as far as if it was confirmed what was blood and what wasn't. I know on some of them, but they confirmed it, but not on a lot. But maybe I'll go through. I might go through slowly, go back through some of those and see if I missed, what I missed. But here, let me bring up the bedrooms really quick and then I'll move on from this because I know I've been going over. But, like, I catch things in the live with you guys, like that piece of hair and, you know? Alright, where's Sienna or Maddie or Keely's? Okay, so I'm trying to think how her room's positioned. I wish I had a different angle. So this is going up. Hold on, you know what's gonna help me out better? Because I can't in position of where this is, I need to see it on a different angle. My head, because my head's like kind of foggy. All right, hold on one second. I have the I'll show you here. It'll help us visualize everything. All right, here it is. Floors. Okay. Um so so we know Xana's is the west bedroom, Dylan's is the left, which at the time they thought it was vacant. Remember it when it first happened, we thought that Dylan was on the first floor too, and then we come to find out, oh my God, Dylan was on this floor. So okay. So let me bring up third floor. Oh wait, that's the first. Here's this. Here it is. Okay. Um all right. So it would be, yeah, we can't see that side of the wall. So it'd be this wall right here. But well, I mean, I can't. I think there is some pictures somewhere in the pictures, but I'm not going to go through the 300 and try to find it how slow it goes. Uh but maybe when if I'm watching a video, I could try to do it while we're watching something. Just to see, but I don't think they show a lot of the pictures in Kaylee's room of like Kaylee's room. But yeah, so all right, hold on. So it's this on this wall. It looks different in the huh. But yeah, it's like somewhere right here. Okay, well, interesting, but what's this one? All right, guys. I had a couple other videos and articles I wanted to read here. Hold on. You guys probably already seen this, huh? Which I'm gonna play it in a minute, but let me first. This is the article. It kind of sounds like it's talking about the same kind of stuff here. Um Let me bring the other article up that I was going to read. No, not New York Post. I watched that. There's Idaho Statesman. What was it? Oh yeah, I want to read that too. Okay, so let me read this real quick. Bryan Kohberger saw a news article about a white Hyundai Elantra having been identified as a suspect vehicle in the Idaho student murders and immediately panicked, according to the forensic team that analyzed his phone. I think the vehicle was a huge stress point for him because he had registered to park there, said Jared Bernhardt, who, along with his wife Heather, works at the digital forensics firm Celebrate. He had a PDF download of like a list of Hyundai Elantras for the university. You can see a long list of cars. Let me take a sip. Actually, I'm going to play that real quick because I think this is going to talk about a lot of that, this video. Let's see.
Called his mother within 2 hours of the murders. He called his mother as he returned to the scene of the crime, not even 2 hours later. He called her 2 more times and all told spent 3 hours on the phone with her. Was this out of character? Was this a binge of calls to mom?
Never mind. This is the one we watched the other day, I think. I'm going to read the article instead. I just needed to sip water, so I'm like, I'll just play this so I can drink. But, yeah, that looks like it's that one I played. So let's read this because they did a bunch of interviews and they like gave out a little bit of different information or new information each interview, I feel like. So they talk about the one where he's calling his parents, oh, mother, father, so weird. It's so weird. And then we have this one, where he says, Kohberger was attending Washington State, just 10 miles from the crime scene, adjacent to the University of Idaho. He had been pulled over near both campuses. Okay, wait. The car was still on his mind in the hours before his arrest, according to the Barnharts. If you weren't the bad guy, you wouldn't care. But he was scrambling, and he thought the police were on him. Jared Barnhart told Fox News Digital, and they were. They were at that point. According to the phone data review by Barnhart's, Kohberger did the following during the late night hours of December 29th. He searched for the phrases wiretap and psychopaths paranoid. He read an article about how police were still searching for the suspect's vehicle. He visited the Moscow Police Department website and checked the latest press release on the case. He immediately looked up an auto detailing shop. Within 10 minutes, he was shopping online for another car. Look at. Ugh. He makes me sick. Literally the pressure of, oh, look, they're really talking about my car caused within 15 minutes of behavior, him trying to clean it and get rid of it. Wow. Just not normal. At around 1:30 on December 30th, police swarmed his parents' house and arrested him. Police found a K-bar sheath at the crime scene that Kohberger's DNA on it, which led them to his parents' house in Poconos. With the help of FBI and state-of-the-art techniques called investigative genetic genealogy. But detectives have maintained that even if they didn't have the sheath, they would have found Kohberger by hunting down leads connected to the suspect's vehicle, which appeared on surveillance cameras coming and going from the crime scene. Last month, after his lawyers failed to convince a judge to throw out a key evidence and have the potential death penalty taken off the table, Kohberger pled guilty. Okay. All right. And then I wanted to read this one. Sorry, I was just looking at some. Okay. Did Kohberger utter victim's name during attack? So remember I wanted to play that that interview where the chief was did the interview, but it was on Fox and I was scared. To get copyright. It's this guy right here. So he says, It says Chief Anthony Dallinger with Moscow Police Department provides a statement following the sentence of Bryan Kohberger at the Ada County Courthouse. So it says a newly disclosed Idaho State Police report about the Moscow College student homicides includes reference to an initial interview with a surviving roommate during which she is said to have heard Bryan Kohberger use one of the victim's names during the crime. Since the investigative reports became available over the weekend, the information has been widely disseminated nationally. But the detail conflicts with a follow-up interview just days later with the same roommate. It also diverges with previously released reports from Moscow Police Department that references the roommate's initial interview shortly after police arrived to off-campus house on King Road. But we saw it in the body cam. She doesn't say that on the body cam. That would be the initial interview shortly after police arrived, would it not? She doesn't say that. Idaho State Police Darren Gilbertson, who helped lead investigation, told the Idaho Statesman on Monday that investigators don't believe Kohberger said the victim's name. The roommate had time to collect her thoughts and provide an in-depth response a few days later, he said. I don't remember her saying that in the body cam. Do you guys? Huh. I think the thing that they're talking about, oh, she had time to collect her thoughts, is the fact that she realized it was Xana, right? And not Kaylee? Or did she not realize that until after the report came out? Or no? I don't know. I mean, that maybe, I feel like that's what maybe they're referring to. Like she realized it was probably Xana that yelled. But I don't know. I didn't hear her say that during the body cam, and that would be her initial. I heard her say she heard Kaylee, but they're saying the name. Remember, so there's a document, and one of the documents where it says that Dylan says that Bryan says, Kaylee, I'm here for you, or something like that. That's what this is referring to. But I know she changed her mind about, like, oh, it was probably Xana that was yelling. But the whole thing about him saying Kaylee's name, that just came out in those documents, that 565-page document that with the Idaho State Police. In one of those reports, it says that. This guy's saying no, that, well, he's actually saying she said it, but then corrected it after she had time to think about it. I'm not sure she said it because they're describing the report. Wouldn't that be describing the body cam where they initially come and she tells them what happened? We heard that. And she doesn't say that. I know they bleeped out some things, but I don't think she said it. Anyway, the state police report stated a roommate who went unharmed in the attack told the first responding officer that she was awoken in the early morning hours to crying. Also heard a male voice say, "It's okay, Kaylee. I'm here for you." I think that he misheard. I think one of the officers said that because it's okay. I'm here to help you. Like, I think he just somehow put Kaylee, thought he heard it's okay, Kaylee. Yeah, I know, James. And that's what the person is describing that. Look. The state report stated a roommate who went unharmed attack told the first responding officer. That would be the body cam. And then even up here they describe it. They said the initial how do they describe it? The initial interview shortly after police arrived. First responding officer, it would be that one, I'm guessing. He interviewed all of them, pulled them aside, and that would be that. It had to be. Unless if he pulls her aside again and talks to her more, but I mean, they say the initial. It says, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you." Though roommate's name is redacted in the report, the narrative corresponds with information that police have cited to Dylan Mortensen. The 4 victims were University of Idaho students. Haley, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. The three women lived in the King Road house with Mortensen and another female roommate. Ethan and Xana's boyfriend. Or Ethan was Xana's boyfriend and slept over. Okay, let's see. Idaho State Police Detective Jeff Talbot wrote in his report that the information from Mortensen in his initial interview was relayed to him by Moscow Police Sergeant Dustin Blaker. Oh, wait a minute. Jeff Talbot wrote in his report that the information from Mortensen's initial interview was relayed to him by Moscow Police Sergeant Dustin Blaker, who was another officer to respond to the crime scene. That detail was either miscommunicated or misheard. Okay. I think it was misheard. I think it was just misheard. I didn't. So now that I'm seeing it was relayed, so the sergeant, so two people probably had talked to her. The sergeant relayed it. It was probably just a misheard, like misunderstood. Okay, yeah, I don't think he said I'm here for you, Kaylee. Now that I see how that easily could have, yeah. And then it says, so yeah, those chief said that it was either misheard or miscommunicated. Through the course of the investigation, detectives found no corroboration that the Kohberger said a victim's name. He said, I want to see something. Hold on a second. All right. Let's see. Says the investigators do not believe and the suspect uttered any names. Dallinger said in an email, what was confirmed was that Dylan reported hearing a male's voice stating something to the effect is, it's okay, I'm going to help you. I'm here to help you. Moscow officer Mitch Nunez wrote, Mortensen said in her initial interview with him on November 13th that she heard a commotion around 4 a.m., followed by a male voice saying, you're going to be fine. I'm going to help you. Mortensen's second interview with police on November 17th included similar language and again lacked reference to a specific victim. Okay, so yeah. All right. I gotta go check something, but I want to. I know what else I want to go over with you. But let me just find something to play for a couple minutes because I gotta go get something really quick. Hold on. And then I want to go over. I'm gonna go over that. The surveillance, the ring footage that is not edited. It's not fast forward or sped up. I found a copy of it, and I want to show you something because there's a part that I need your guys' help with. But let me play something while I'm waiting. I just gotta run to my bedroom and get something really quick or check something. Hold on. I just want to see if I can find an interesting little news thing I could play for you here while we're waiting. Gosh, a lot of these are long, like 20 minutes. I just want something a little short. Full interview. What is this? Huh. Well, let me just play. I'll just start playing a part of this real quick. Why? I'll be right back.
That you were able to identify on his telephone?
This was his normal behavior. reaching out to mother and father repeatedly. If one didn't respond, he would reach out to the other. He would constantly text them and call them, starting as early as 5 or 6 in the morning, his time. And his parents were Eastern. And then also at night to almost talk him into going to sleep and being able to rest.
So, Jared, as I was looking at some of the text messages, I was so, I don't know, I was just jarred by the way he referred to his parents. He texted them. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the wording is pretty close. Father, why is mother not answering the phone? Why is she not picking up, Father? He called his parents formally by the names father and mother when speaking to them. Did you see that consistent throughout his text messages to his parents?
Yes, I did. It's eerie. It stands out from any other case that I've worked in that, just the terminology, the phrasing that he used there. I said exactly what you said in the intro. It's Bates Motel. It is this feeling of that movie and Mother, and it's just super eerie.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe I'm the only one, but I'm starting to get that vibe from you, from my colleagues, from people I've been talking throughout the day about this. Some people do use a formal name, but knowing what he's capable of now, knowing who he is, it just raises the hair on my arms. About the contacts in his phone, he called his father and mother as contacts in his phone. But what about other contact?
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the one we already. I thought I forgot my blood thinner. Yes, like I keep like a weekly pill thing, and I thought for sure I forgot to take it because I was up getting stuff ready for a trip, and just like I was up. I don't know. I just thought I forgot, and I just like, no, my blood has been doing good, and then I looked at the wrong day because I thought it was Wednesday. I'm like, I did forget, but then I realized it was. I didn't forget. That's good. Anyway, okay, so let me put this. Okay, I want to go over the Ring unedited thing, but first, I know that a lot of you guys probably saw this, but I just wanted to go over it really quick before we do that. Hold on, let me bring it up. Just well, I went over some of it like last week, but I just wanted to. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Go over the rest. Like this. Wait, is this it? Oh, yeah. Oh, this is one of the things. So did you guys see this about the video that was leaked? I know it's kind of old news, but I haven't read it to you guys yet. Look, it says we are aware of the videos circulating online and are investigating the matter. While we cannot yet confirm the veracity of the videos, if verified, they are a clear violation of IDOC policy, and the parties responsible will be held accountable, up to including termination. So whoever that guy is that released the video, like he was taping, the surveillance screen of Bryan Kohberger's jail video, probably is gonna get fired. Have you guys heard? Did he? I mean, you guys might be up to date and know that he did or she did or whoever it is. I don't know. No, I have a copy. Oh, that's what I was saying. I found unedited, but I never got one you sent me. Wait, are you talking about the Ring? Wait, what did you send me? That was not on body cam that we heard. Oh, I know. I'm saying we didn't hear it on body cam, but what did you send me? Oh, I never got a video you sent. The first email I got was that one. Huh. I'll have to go look, but I have it. I found one that I was going over a few days ago, and I was going through it and marking like every time he came. I just want to show you something about it, but hold on one second. But then it says, we caution that some videos may be fake or AI enhanced. On July 23rd, and again on July 25th, IDOC leadership sent 2 emails to staff reminding them of our policies and expectations concerning professionalism and the appropriate use of technology and social media. Videotaping and publicly sharing security footage is prohibited conduct, and we will be reviewing all legal options, including criminal prosecution. Wow. The safety and security of our staff and incarcerated population remain our top priority. Dang it. Well, I want to know is like, who was the first person to get it? Like, did this person release it on his account, a private account? Where did it originate? I know it originated from a person that works there, but like, like, who's the first person that publicized it? Was it like to a news channel? I have no idea. Um, Oh yeah, I know. You could tell it's real. But the point is I mean, they're just covering their bases. But I just wonder if they lost their job or I mean, of course they have to make it look like they're I don't know. I hope that I don't feel like the person should lose their job though. Anyway, what is this? Oh, this is a little screenshot this right here. Okay. So Nate Eaton says Idaho State Police has released over 550 pages. Okay, I already read that. At one point, investigators spoke with 2 men who were housed with Bryan Kohberger in the Latah County Jail right after he was arrested. Here's what the first inmate told police. He couldn't remember the exact date, but he believed Kohberger had been placed in their pod a few days after January 1st, 2023. So this was in those documents, but like I said, this is a good little summary because we read them all so quick. So it reminds us. After arriving in their pod, Kohberger immediately sat down and watched the news about his arrest, watching multiple channels covering the story. He said, "Wow, I'm on every channel." Kohberger was very quiet and it was very awkward having him in the pod. Kohberger was highly intelligent and analytical, always trying to figure out what you were doing, but didn't know common knowledge things like the difference between 2 muscle cars. Kohberger's eyes were creepy, I guess, but other than that, he seemed like a pretty normal guy. He didn't talk to Kohberger very much, but when he did, their conversation was casual small talk, never about Kohberger's case. Um, Wait, where's the next one? Is that not going in order? Kohberger used standard size. Oh, yeah. Kohberger would use 3 standard size bars of soap per week due to his hour-long showers and excessive hand washing. His hands were red from the amount of hand washing. Kohberger told him his favorite movie was American Psycho with Christian Bale. The inmate was housed with Kohberger for about 3 weeks before he was transferred. The second inmate told detectives he was housed with Kohberger from early January to February 2023. Kohberger enjoyed watching the news about his case unless it began talking about his family or friends, at which point he changed the channel immediately. As time continued, Kohberger stopped watching the news related to his case almost completely. Kohberger analyzed everything. He wanted to know why people had preferences on anything. He psychoanalyzes everything. The inmate said that they talked about his case, but never about Kohberger. So they talked about the inmate's case, but not Kohberger's. Kohberger spent most of his time on the communication tablet talking with people, typically his blank redacted, who he told to retain an attorney. There we go. I'm back. I think. Gosh, what's going on with the internet? Anyway, who he told to retain her attorney after he had seen blank on the news. Kohberger washed his hands excessively using 3 bars of soap per week, which caused his hands to be red. Why is it saying the same thing again? Anyway, yeah, so that, yeah, well, I guess both guys notice it. 3 bars of soap per week, which caused his hands to always be red. Kohberger showered every day and wanted new bedding and clothes every day. Kohberger was very smart, easy to get along with, but was hard to talk to because he talked over him due to Kohberger's vocabulary. Topics of conversation. But was hard to talk to because he talked over him due to Kohberger's vocabulary and topics of conversation. He also talked about his education a lot. Kohberger loved baseball, with the Yankees being his favorite team. Kohberger also liked to watch court TV and was very interested in the Murdoch trial. Like I said, I know we had read those documents, but it's, kind of the more we read it, the more we like remember things because we went over so much stuff, guys. Like, wow. I'm gonna go over everything again, like myself. Maybe do like video key points on it. Maybe do some like quick little videos like that. Oh shoot, I didn't want to. Hold on a second. That's not what I wanted to share. Where did that even come from? Okay, so then this was his little, okay, we'll read it. This right here. The harassment. On August 3rd, 2025, resident Kohberger submitted a concern form stating he has been subject to threats and harassment, recently escalating to overt sexually. See, when you say those two words together, it triggers something in YouTube. That's why we don't do it. It's not because we're like trying to, I don't know. But so some violent threat statements. Lieutenant Mal Lant received the concern form on August 4th, 2025, and conducted an interview with Kohberger and Jay Bach. Kohberger stated a resident that goes by Peru told him, "I'll butt F you." Kohberger also stated an unknown resident from Tier 1 of Jay Bach said, "The only ass will be eaten is Kohberger's." Oh my gosh. Kohberger stated the officer Signora was present for the comment made by Peru. Due to the officer Signora being on B nights, an interview could not be conducted to attempt to corroborate the allegation. On August 7th, officer submitted an information report outlining his involvement of the alleged incident. Officer recalls vulgar language being used and directed towards Kohberger, but could not identify who said what. The allegation is substantiated, but due to no aggressor being able to be positively identified, Kohberger all saying he feels safe to remain on tier 2. So then he says he feels safe. No further action. The delay in 105 submission date and the report date is due to collecting all of the information to ensure a proper action can be taken as needed. So, I mean, he remembers vulgar language, but it cannot identify who. But the allegation is substantiated, but due to no aggressor being able to be positive. So he's saying he feels safe. So somebody says the recreational area where Bryan spends 1 hour per day. Somebody says he really don't deserve the chair. So this is like the little area that somebody says, I've heard it's filthy too. I love it. He is a total OCD. So happy to see this. Make him sit on the ground. He doesn't need a chair. Then somebody says, actually, he does deserve the chair, old Sparky. Oh my Lord. This is that restraining order. It says on August 12th, the city of Moscow was served notice of petition to the Latah County District Court for a temporary restraining order in conjunction to prevent the release of additional public records related to the Idaho versus Ryan. Idaho Judge Marshall issued a temporary restraining order prohibiting the city's release of any images, audio, or video depicting the inside of Madison Mogan's bedroom until a hearing on the preliminary injunction may be held. Judge Marshall found that major portions of what had been released did not constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy. However, Judge Marshall stated that there are portions of videos and photographs in their redacted form, specifically including unreleased body cam video that could constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy. So basically, he's saying like what's been released so far doesn't constitute, but some of the stuff that hasn't been released, maybe. So, you know what I'm saying? So they're going to make sure before it's released that everything's redacted properly and everything. Okay, so and then it says, while the temporary restraining order only applied to Madison Mogan's bedroom, the city will not provide any further releases of photographs or videos depicting the inside of any of the victims' bedrooms until the matter is fully reviewed and decided by the court. And here's this. I know we already read this, but I'll just read it real quick before I go on to that Ring camera. I have on several occasions not received all items of food on my tray. I addressed this during service and have yet to receive any replacements. In fact, the kitchen is not even called. Poor Brian, oh baby, poor guy. He doesn't get all his food. The policy book confirms items missing, which are pointed out at the time of service, will be replaced. I wish to, without exception. What? I wish to, without exception, receive these replacements. So he's basically saying he's getting food trays and not all his food's there. Do you guys think that the inmates take it? Because, I mean, he's getting served everything, by himself. He's not like eating with everybody else. So I just wonder, is the guards doing it or you think he's lying? I mean, I don't know. Addressing the issue with staff at the time of meal service. So it says, have I tried to solve this problem informally? Addressing the issue with staff at the time of the meal service. I suggest the following solution for the problem. I wish for the items to be called for and items replaced when this occurs. The nutritional standard is not being upheld unless I receive my full tray. Oh, poor baby. Here's another one. As I continue the spy phase, I wish to discuss if I may be transferred to another 80 seg setting. And then it says as B block, not engaging in any of the recent flooding, striking, as well as being subject to minute by minute verbal threats, harassment on that and other basis. I know I already read this one, but on that and other basis, something 2 of J block is an environment that I wish to transfer from if possible. I request transfer to B block immediately. I wish to speak with you soon. Mr. Kohberger, on any tier at IMSI, there are sometimes disruptions to operations. This is the reply, such as residents flooding on J2. It is a relatively rare occurrence, and J2 is generally a fairly calm and quieter tier. I do not think B block would be any better for you. Give it some time. Okay, so let me go through that, bring up the surveillance now. See if you guys can help me out on something. Where are we at? Ring camera. Okay. Okay, hold on one second. Oh my Lord. Wait, hold on a second, guys. I might have to export this. Hold on. It's just I'm gonna chat with you guys while this is exporting. Who's on chat? I feel like I don't do that enough. Thank you, KH. Thank you so much. Do people do running writing in America? Do what? Running writing? I don't understand what do you mean? Hey KH, running writing. Help explain what that is. Yeah, yeah. I had a mate in jail and he kept stayed away from weirdos, but this is an Aussie. Yeah, I heard Aussie. I heard like Australia, I heard like their punishments are not nearly like you could murder somebody and you don't get life. Like you have more lenient punishments, like jail term. Is that true? I feel like I've heard that. He is definitely not going to last in there. He's literally naming names of people that are threatening him in his freaking complaints to prison. That is true. Peru, I mean, if they find out snitching, oh Lord. No, he's not. He is not. Hey, Pamela. Why I'm waiting for that to export. Let me go, James. I'm gonna see if I can find your email. There's none of your emails have attachments. When did you send it? I definitely didn't get it. I'm looking. There's nothing that nothing has any attachments or anything. Did you send me a link or an attachment of the video? Because there's for sure no video. Now, if you just sent me a link, maybe I just overlooked one. Let me see here. No. Huh. I don't have anything. When did you send it? It's fine, like I said, because I found one, but I don't. That's weird. That where. Oh, oh, nada. I will have to go through and read the ones, but I'm like just looking at them to see if there's any like link or anything, but no. Huh. The day link was over the weekend. Oh, huh. Not printing? Oh, yeah, they said like cursive, they don't teach cursive in school anymore, supposedly. Trying to think if did I talk to my nephews about that? I'm trying to think if I asked them because I feel like we talked about it, what they said about that. I don't think they do, right? All right, let me see if that's exported. No. Halfway. Hold on, let me make sure. And then, so what I'm going to go over is the ring camera. So when they go through and they explain each pass that Bryan makes, there's this one that I swear it looks like his car, but they don't account for it as one of the passes, which I'm a little bit confused. Because if it isn't his, how is there like a I have to I forget the exact time, but why am I thinking it's like 15 minutes or something where he's where is he at? There's a time because each of the like circles only it's like 5 minutes. I mean, it's really quick. But then there's this one time that's like I feel like it's like 16 minutes before he comes back around. So like where is he at the time? But I do think it's one of those is him in that meantime, but there it is still like a longer period of time. And I know that one time he does a longer loop, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem to match exactly. But I wasn't done like thoroughly going through it. So I never did. I mean, I went through it pretty thoroughly, but then I just had to check a couple more things, which I didn't get done. So I'll just do it with you guys. But I swear there's a time that they don't say that it's him, and it looks just like his car. Which, I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal, but it's like if it is him, then I don't know, why didn't they say? Or was there another car that looks similar that because that's what it is. If it is him, when you see the one that's, that they say is him and he leaves, like the way he comes from the other side where we never seen him pass this way. So how'd he get over here? And then we don't see him. At least they don't say he's caught on Linda Lane to be able to cut over to come that way. So it's like, how did he get over that way? Unless if Linda Lane just missed him. But we have Linda Lane's footage and it doesn't show him come that time. Does that make sense? Here, let me show you. It's done. So it's like, so maybe it's not him and it's just somebody that lives back there somewhere and he just has like a similar looking car. Um, yeah, oh, I saw that. That's not what I'm talking about, but I see that. I see where you see in the background, you could see him coming, like you could see cars going. Yeah. But that helps me decide, like, okay, he's which way he's going when, if he's for sure doing that loop, or if because one time I think he goes the other way. So yeah, you could see him in the back. Yeah. But that's not what I'm talking about. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just put that in the editor real quick. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay. Hold on. I'm just marking the spots that I wanted to show you. No. Okay. All right. And the crazy thing is, though, for the sound, though, I'm not hearing. I'll have to do it again, but I didn't hear the, a little bit, a couple times, because then I was focusing on the visuals because I was trying to count how many times. But from what I've heard so far, I don't hear anything when Brian would be just going right into the house. Like it's like to hear a door shut, a car door shut. But I'll have to do it again. I might catch some stuff like I caught the stuff from the pictures today while I'm live. Okay. So, and then let me bring up, I have this ready, or where is it? No, it's this one right here, where it shows, you know, this supposedly, or not supposedly, I don't know why I said it like that. Okay. All right. So we're going to use this as a reference too. I'll put it over here right now. Okay. All right. So this, I marked each time. So 3:30, he's coming back, and that matches up to where they say is, you know what I could do? Hold on, I have a good idea for at least just for this. I'm going to do a screenshot of this. So then I can, hold on, I have a good idea. Give me a minute. Okay, so I'll put this. Come on. Okay, 3:30 right here. Oh my God. Oh. Hold on a second, guys. This is making me mad. I gotta move this over somewhere. All right. Okay, so this is the first lap. So that's him, 3:30. Okay. And I'm not going to play the whole thing right now. I just wanted to, I want to show you because I'm trying to figure out something. So 3:30, he goes and does the loop around, you know, around Lynn Lane. Where, oh God, why is it doing this? Okay. You know, he comes, this, remember, this is the facing, this camera is like facing out right here. This way. So it's looking at this road, and then it catches back here between the houses. You could see if, because a lot of times he comes back this way to do the loop, comes around and comes back, right? So, but right now we just seen him at 3:30. He's coming in. Remember, this is his first pass. Comes in, comes around here, you know, and does this or whatever. Okay, so that's what we're watching the first time. So basically it takes him like 2 minutes to do that loop around those apartment buildings because this is him coming back. Or 3 minutes. And then you always want to look here to see if he's coming. You could see cars going. So you just seen him go that way, right? So he came out, you know, comes in, goes around, comes near, comes up here, and then we see him right here. He's coming down here. And we know they think he goes to here. I think the first pass is when he does like a U-turn, or not a U-turn, he turns around, like he comes up here, then turns around, comes back. I think that was the first time. I guess I could look it up. One of the times he does that. And then the other times he like just goes around it. So I don't know, you know, why the one time he just like turns around, and then the other times it goes around. And then one time he comes up here. All right, so hold on. So that's the first one. He's gonna go do that, what I just showed you. Normally gonna fast forward each loop, but I'm just looking up something, so I'm gonna let it play till I find something real quick. Yeah, so I just wanted to look up exactly what he was doing there. That first time where he came in at 3:30 in front of the house. So that's what, so he's coming, vehicle match and description. So remember, he comes up like, I think it starts off with him coming, where's the ridge? I think right here, well, I guess I could just look, huh? Westbound, India Hills, yeah, I was remembering right. Westbound India Hills. So coming this way. Or Steiner. I think he's. I don't know if he come. Westbound Steiner crossing the main street. Yeah, I think he comes up here and then comes this way. Because he's seen right on west, coming west on the Indian Hills, and he's seen coming west on Steiner, passing Louder Street, comes up here, and then by 3:30 comes down here, comes here, and then at 3:30 we just saw him pass right here, go here, or go here, and that's 3:33 is going this way, comes down here, comes here. I just want to see if this is the time when he turns around or not. I think it's the first pass he does that. So yeah, it says headlights briefly shine on the upper exterior. So hold on, I just want to see willing to drive. Vehicle mentioned in the description travels south on the Ridge Road. Okay, Paradise Drive, westbound on Paradise Drive. So so remember he comes down here west on Paradise Drive. Continues west. Huh. I guess not. I guess this time. Vehicle match in the description. I don't know. Maybe he just does go around this time. I don't know. This one doesn't, at least unless I'm reading a different description, because I know some of them are more descriptive, but I think it just goes. And somehow he's back up here and does that. So we're about to see him. So he just did that. Comes back, and now he's going to come back a second time around. I'm just trying to trace him because there's a time I'm not sure what's going on, that he's gone for a lot longer. So that's why I just wanted to like trace it out, trace it all with you here. Okay. So we have that. So I'm gonna, hold on. So the next pass is at 3:39. So I'm just going to fast forward. So here's 3:39 is going to be coming back, which you could see. Wait, first, let's watch him come. So this will be him because remember he's coming back where we're going to catch him. I guess this would show it all too, the map. So we catch him, you know, when he's coming back right here, you could catch him through the trees in the house right here. So he's coming back. Okay, I see that all. There, oops. There's just one time. There he comes. All right. It's the second pass. It's the second pass that they think that he made a U-turn on like the Paradise. I'll show you the Paradise thing. That's the second pass, not the first. So I showed you, right? He went around the first time, and then the second time he's doing basically the same thing. I'm hoping if I follow each move by this turn by turn, then I could see where he is for those like 15 minutes. And if you guys could, I'll show you. I swear, I think that one car is him, though. I'll show you when I come to it. But that's why I'm doing it very carefully. This is what I would do by myself trying to figure it out, but I figure I might as well do it with you guys while I show you because I got to figure this out. It's been driving me nuts. But I got kind of sidetracked with the stuff that I went over first. But a couple days ago, I was going through this for hours trying to, okay, it's coming up where he's going to be coming. Did I miss him come this way? I might have. Shoot, I wasn't paying attention. We should be able to see him back here. I think I already missed it though. Oh, wait. Did I miss? Oh, never mind. We were still waiting for him to come that way, huh? Sorry, didn't get that far yet. I'm sorry, I lost track. I thought we were already. Yeah, so he's still just making that loop. Okay, so he's coming out. So we should be able to see him come right here. And then that's when he does the. So look right up here. Yep, so there he goes. He's gonna do that loop, but this time he's gonna do a little U-turn type thing. So it's basically the same thing, but just a little turn east on the. Oh, that's a little bit. Oh. Huh. That's weird. It says, because look, this one says he turned. I mean, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter. But you know me, very want to know all the details. Wait, why is that? Oh, that's in front of me. Oh my lord. This says. He vehicle headlights turn east onto Paradise Drive. Huh. Hold on. So he must yeah, he went saying he turned east on Paradise Drive. So it'd be like him coming down here and turn east, but then it says it looks like he did a U-turn. Oh well. Let me move this over here. May have made an immediate U-turn back onto Ridge Road. Because this road is a ridge too, right? So it looks like he just started to, but then turned back around. Maybe, I don't know. Is that making sense? But regardless, this is pretty similar to the other one. I won't get hung up on that. Sorry. Okay. So now he's coming back around and so that's 356. Oh, I'll speed up. Sorry. That's somebody else. Because there's other people driving on the road. More than I realized, because you see cars going back and forth here, and it's like, oh wow, that sometimes a lot of times it's not him, and it's like, wow, there is a lot of people on the road that passed him probably and had no idea they even freaking passed him. Okay, because him. Oh, that's actually him now. That's him, I think, because he should be about 340, or no, 356. Never mind. I lied. So that was just somebody else. I don't know who that was, just another car driving. Is this the one? Wait, wait, maybe this is the one. Yeah, between 3:40 and 3:56, that's 16 minutes. It doesn't take them that one, the last one only took I mean, I guess, hold on a second. From here. Wait, not this one. Hold on. So from here to that loop, and then before he supposedly comes back, but I think this is the time there's an in-between time. I feel like something, but supposedly that he'd be gone 16 minutes, but the other time that he did that, it only took 7 minutes. Now we know it looks like he went. Well, they don't know exactly where he went. They only know the places where some of the cameras were catching him. So who knows? He could have, I guess, went somewhere in between, because that time that looks like a U-turn, that was at 3:43. That means 13 minutes. Who knows what he did? I don't know what he did for 13 minutes, because it wouldn't take him that long. It would don't. 35. Yeah, because the last time he came from the Paradise, it only took 3 minutes to get to Paradise Road back to being on front of King Road. 3 minutes somehow. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. This time it took what, 43, 13 minutes. That's so 10, an extra 10 minutes doing something, but I don't know. And it would be like, looks like he goes right to that Paradise Drive, right? He goes right to right here, and then it looks like, because that's at 3:43, where it looks like he's doing a U-turn back. And then what? Oh, it looks like he did that again. Okay. That's weird. Look at this. I don't know if I ever noticed that before. I probably did go over it when I was going over it a couple years ago, real in depth. But so he does that, like the U-turn or whatever, goes back, but then it says headlights are seen traveling north again on Lolenta. So he's going back up Lolenta, back up here again, right? And then it says somehow he's turning south. He's driving south on there, so he must turn around. So it's 3:45. He's going back up, but then somewhere in between he's going back down. Huh. And then when he goes back down at 3:47. Oh. So it looks like he goes all the way. Ah, since if they're seeing the headlights right there, I think they're talking about the headlights we're watching. Does that mean he goes all the way? He's going, when he goes, turns around, goes all the way up where we see the lights. I think that's where they're talking about seeing the lights, where we're watching them, where we could see them. So you see him go north and then south again. So he must be turning around somewhere. But actually, let's see if we see him at that time, if that's what exactly what they're talking about when they say Willento lights. Are you guys following me or no? And then it looks like he does that weird, that East on the Paradise Drive, does the same thing again. Where he does like a U-turn at 348. And then goes back up. What? Wait, he does it three times? Am I seeing that right? Wow, he does it 3 times. Well, 2, but it's like 3. Okay, what? That's what he's doing for freaking 16 minutes. I don't know if I realized that. Are you guys following me or no? I want to make sure I'm 341. He goes down. North, south. 345. Then goes back down. Yeah. Am I making sense? So that time where we just seen him when he does that second pass, you know, where he does the second one, where he's going around, then he goes down here. Does a U-turn, comes back up. I'm pretty sure he makes it all the way up here, which we'll be able to double check, and turns around somewhere, goes back down, does the same thing, comes back up. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. Like, wouldn't he be worried that that would look suspicious? Well, I mean, I guess, look, he's freaking going, never mind. That was a stupid question. Just want to make sure. 1, 2. And then he finally, that third time, goes in, goes that normal where he goes in front of the house. But now that we have the times, they're saying that the lights are seen on Willenta Drive. I want to make sure they're talking about going all the way up where we were looking, which it probably is, because 16 minutes, which the other one took 3 minutes. Well, 13 minutes compared to 3 minutes. All right, let's see here. All right, sorry, I was just looking at this. Okay. North, south, 345. Hold on, I'm just looking at something. Sorry, guys. Wait, north, south. So 345, 347. Let's see if this shows it at 345 and 347, because I just want to see if he's actually saying he's going all the way up there. Is anybody following me? Probably not. Yeah, look, 345. He'd be going this way. It'll be him coming, watch. And then let's see how long, or 2 minutes. Wonder what he does for 2 minutes. He does that twice. So he's coming up, and then he turns around somewhere. Because 2 minutes later, we should see him coming back down. Huh. I don't know. So they don't know what he's doing, obviously, or they would have say it. Oh, wait, he is coming around. Never mind. Well, that doesn't say that in here. That's why, dude. Right? That has to be him. It doesn't say this in this detailed thing. Huh. Never mind then. That's why I was like, wait, I don't remember him doing that. But look, this has to be him, right? It does not say that in here. No, that's not him. Never mind. That's not him. Sorry, that's not. I was gonna say that it doesn't say it. Okay. Yeah, because it does not say that. So this is another car you could see. Okay. Soon we should see. Wonder what he's doing right now. Because they don't have cameras everywhere, so they're trying. They can only kind of show you where they could see him in the cameras and guess, like, okay, so what he's doing now. He could be driving, I don't know, somewhere around these roads up here where there's no cameras, or is he stopped? I don't know. Because 2 minutes, I mean, what? So at 3:47, we should see him coming back. 3:47:08. But there's still this time that I want to show you. Like, it looks like him, but they don't have it marked. Okay, there he goes back. So I don't know what he was doing for 2 minutes, but he's going back that way. Okay. Now he's doing that thing with the paradise, doing the U-turn again. You know, where he comes down, comes back up. I think because they say the U-turn, and then he's going to do it one more time where he... Some people, you could hear them. All right, he's going to be coming. We'll see him back again at 3:50. And then a minute later, we see him go back down. So this is, I don't know, he just comes up and maybe turns it around up here or something and goes back down. Because there's no cameras, I don't think, on Taylor right there where they would have talked about it, right? So he could, I mean, who knows? I don't know what he's doing for a minute, but watch. Here we go. At 3:50:27, we'll see him go this way. Here he comes. You can kind of see it getting light. All right, there he's coming. Right there. And then in about a minute, we see him go back down that way. And wait, hold on. At 3:51:26, but then a little over a minute after that, he goes back north. So when he goes back soon, he doesn't go and do that loop on Paradise Drive because where the cameras are on Paradise Drive, he doesn't go there. So he just must turn around somewhere on Valenta Drive before he hits the camera because it's only a minute watch. So hold on. So 51. So he's about to go south. He should be coming soon, going south. Here he comes. Okay, it's going a little faster there. Now he's turning around somewhere soon on Valenta. Well, in a minute. Like I said, he doesn't make it all the way to where he was before. So in a minute 20, we'll see him come back up this way. And then that's when you'll see him coming up here again and do that loop, which I'm going to fast forward to 3:52:42. All right, here he comes. We coming up in a couple seconds. All right. Somebody passed him. Wait. Wait, 3:52:42. Did we miss it? Oh, 3:53. Sorry, that was somebody else. Okay. Wait. 3:53:36. This is the car. Does that not look like his? Look at this, but it's probably something else. It can't be because he's coming. But I guess, it can't be because it's 3:53 in about 36 seconds. He should be coming up this way. But that does, the shape of it just kind of sounds louder though. I don't know whose car that is. Why do I keep doing that? I'm hitting the wrong button. Oh my God. I don't know whose car that is. That other car that just passed. Oh, I don't know whose that is. Never mind. I was going to say something, but never mind. That's not who I thought. All right. He should be coming up this way. Yeah. Yep. So that's supposedly Bryan. But who was that car that just came? It has to be somebody that lives back there. Oh, never mind. He could have came in Linda Lane Road. We would have seen it on the Linda Lane footage. So it's probably somebody that lived back there going to work because a couple people were going to work, right? What's OCDs, Harley? Wait, what? Anyway, so yeah, so there he comes. I just don't know. I guess didn't that one look similar though to Bryan's? Okay, wait a minute. he's taken 3 minutes to get from here all the way over here. So he's stopped somewhere or something, because that shouldn't take that long. So he must be going really slow. But hold on, I want to see something though. I just gotta check something of how long it took him to do that last time. Yeah. So last time to get to here, to see him right here, it took him 20 seconds. Wait, so, hold on a second. Yeah, to get to here, 20 seconds. This time it's taken him 3 minutes since we seen him here until he's gonna he's gonna be here. 3 minutes. So what is he doing right there? He's parked somewhere. He's, I don't know, waiting. Interesting. It's just these little things I didn't catch the first time. Well, because I didn't have this video to look at, and just reading it, you don't like to be able to actually watch it and see and be like, wait, that should, I don't know, that shouldn't take that long. Having a visual thing. Okay. So he should be coming at 3:56:24. So yeah. It's like just trying to picture, like, yeah, is he just sitting there waiting somewhere parked? Anybody see him? Is he driving somewhere where there just wasn't any cameras real close there? I'm almost picturing him just like, well, I don't know. Do you think he's parked somewhere right now? Like in these times where, times where in between these times it wouldn't take that long, where he should, areas where he would be just either like doing some random roads without cameras or just sitting there. All right, here he comes. And then the next one, he's oh, I could turn it up, sorry. Oh, sorry, that probably blew your eardrums. I'm sorry. So there he is. And there. Wait a minute. What was that? I missed that. Wait, how did they get? Oh, shoot. That's why. It was on the wrong one. Okay. I'm trying to see that last route. He did that different one. I was trying to remember what he did here. Hold on a second. Because it's insane. Hold on a second. Eastbound. Huh. Remember he does he like comes all the way out here on that one pass. He comes like out here. And then like turns around or something. Instead of doing that, he comes like and turns around, I think. And then when he comes back, that's when he does the final pass where he goes around or around and then turns like back and makes the final pass. That's the final one. So he does like different things almost, well, kind of the same stuff, but that last time he comes around here, he goes all the way up to here. Anyway, so, but yeah, that's that last one. Okay, so let's listen for the sound. But I did want to point out when the DoorDash driver comes though. So remember when she describes that person that with that car that it's somebody else. I wanted to point where that car was. Where's the DoorDash? Wait, What time did DoorDash shoot? There it is. Okay. There she is. Hold on. This car right here. So I think this is the car. Hold on. Wait. That's the one. Yeah, that was the one that I thought was him. But there's another car close. Look, doesn't that look similar? Obviously, it's not him, but because I mean, he didn't come around, and it had to be someone that lives around there, that lives back there. But there's another car that I was. Doesn't that look like it? I know it can't be, but I wanted to point out another car that I thought she was talking about when she described it. Hold on. Isn't there a car that comes right before this one? And then you see her walking down. Why do I think that that's the car she sees back there when she describes it? Because doesn't she describe like an SUV type car? Or no. See not all this information. I'm forgetting some of the details. Was it a sedan, but it was just a different color that she describes? Remember, she describes the person, I think, had red hair, or what color? I don't know. Why am I thinking red hair? Somebody that was not Bryan, because the car was a different color. But was it an SUV or not? Let me see what you guys are saying. Because originally I thought it was this car, because this car looks like an SUV type car right here. And then right there. And then she's on her way, probably walking. She's got to walk, down here. I don't know. Or was it the car as she's walking back up? Because why do I feel like it was when she was walking down? More like when she's about walking down, she's seen the car. But anyway, she comes walking down. Oh my God. Where are you? Okay. And then as soon as she walks up, that other car comes, which I thought, I mean, this is the car I was trying to figure out who it is, because it looks like Bryan's. I mean, you can't see very much about the car at this angle, but what we can see kind of looks like it looks, you see, it looks, could be white or it could be gray. Maybe this is, didn't she describe maybe a gray sedan? Maybe this is the car she was talking about, but you can't tell the color. Was it, the shape's the same? So I don't know. So either I have to go back to see what car she described and to see if she was talking about this car she saw, or the SUV coming up before she came down, or this one as she's going back up. But that's obviously can't be Bryan's, right? Because he's it's not where he is compared, since we've been following him and where they said he was. Anyway, okay, so he's doing that longer up to Louder Street, the longer little thing where he goes way up to Louder Street and then comes back down. Okay, so he comes back down. Now, let's listen. I don't hear anything the first time I heard, but let's see when he comes in, see if we could hear a car door or anything. No, so I'm probably making it more confusing. I don't know. That stuff had my, I'm starting to feel better now. I think it was, I put that stuff on right, hold on, I'll shut up. Let me just, I put it on right before I started the live. Remember, Soul, I told you about that stuff. Remember that stuff? I haven't used it months, but remember I said it would make my eyes water and I wasn't sure if I was putting it too close to my eyes. I don't know if you remember that, but I definitely talked to you about it. And I haven't used it in months, but I just decided, you know what, I need to moisturize my face a little bit. And it felt dry and I'll use that stuff. And then I remember putting it on thinking, I hope it doesn't make my eyes like burn or feel like watery. And I think that's what it was doing. And it was stuffing me up. But now it's starting to feel better. So it has to be that. Do you remember me telling you about it? Yeah. Or wait, is this a yes to me, Soul? Or no? All right, let's listen. This is when he'll be parking and then what time does he actually 4:07 is when he'll be parking. So he'll be doing that turn where he comes, turns around, and then we'll I'm going to turn it up here in a little bit. I just want to warn you, I have it on 50% because I don't want to blow your eardrums. But I'm going to turn it up because this is going to be the important part where we're going to want to hear it. I'll wait till he turns around. So that's him. He's going awful slow. He tries to park or whatever. They describe that, but it's not really in front of the house. So I don't know what they were talking about. It's more in front of this house, but that's that little tries to park thing or whatever, however they described it. Now he's turning around. I'll slowly turn it up so it doesn't blow your ear. All right. Okay, listen, that might be too loud. So he's parking. What is that? Did you hear that? Like sweet, like, well, did you hear that? That was kind of a weird sound. Huh. Let me rewind it. I don't know how far back that was. Oh no, it's way farther than that because okay. real quick, it's so like sad and crazy thinking about what is happening right now. Like what he's doing right now. Like I can't. That, what was that noise? I'm gonna mark that. Can that be a scream? Because it's like distorted type thing, you know? Sometimes stuff might not hear what it is because of, it's how far and how like the first initials afraid, like scream, like real. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Wait a minute. Can that be the thing that Bethany heard? Whatever firework or whatever? I know to us that didn't sound like a firework, but I mean, it could be because sounds are going to sound different sometimes because of, how it bounces off of things. It's outside. The ring camera sounds distorted. Remember, she heard something that sounded like a firework in the light? Huh. I always picture that being right at the beginning when he first came in. I don't know why, just from like listening to everything they said, that's why. I mean, that's where I picture that being. So there's got to be a reason. Is that where you guys pictured it? Like right when he would have first got in there? What the heck? I don't know. Did he set up? No, why would he set up? That'd be stupid. Do you think, like, it also sounded like nothing was broke? Yeah, they did the investigation, so it's not like you had to break anything to get in. Huh. There's something right there too. I don't know what it was, but something that was different than the rest. There. Huh. I'm gonna mark these. I don't know what it is, but I'm just gonna mark all these spots so I could go back and try to. There was something back here. Right there too. Sounds something. Huh. Now this sign right here. There's two of them. Watch. Right there. Huh. I don't know. because you would think some kind of sound would get transmitted through all that. Could be just something that comes across and the audio is not what you would think, but it's just somehow like that, by the time it gets to that, that's all the sound that is. But if you think about it, Maddie's room is the farthest from this camera. Xana's room is the closest, and that's probably why we hear that and we're not hearing Kaylee and Maddie's really, because think about where Kaylee and Maddie's room is compared to, I wish I had an aerial map I could show you. Well, I'll show you if you guys can't visualize it. Hers is the farthest away from this right here. I'm just going to mark it down any little noise so I can go back to it. These noises, wonder what these are. That's the third time that noise came. I don't know what that is. No, like here, like I feel like it sounds like a car even, like the way the car sounded. So it's like, this could be a car driving somewhere near. Like that sound right there, you know how that. But what is that? These sounds. What are those? Oh, wait. I hear a scream right there. Very faint. Do you not hear that? Huh. Yeah, I think that is. Whoa. Oh. 410. That could be right when he makes first contact with somebody too. Because like if he had to take time to put on his mask or all that, get ready for it, it could be the initial. Wow. I'm gonna try to make the audio a little bit better. This is just rough. This is just the raw, and then I'm gonna try to see if I could do some stuff to clear it up. But right here, I can actually turn this up a little bit more. Hold on. It's gonna be loud. Hold on, you guys. Put on your ear. Want me to turn it back down to 0, or I don't know, because sometimes it might actually be too loud. Sometimes the louder isn't. Sometimes you could hear things clearer when it's just not as loud, but I'm going to keep it on normal right now until I just wanted to turn that up for a minute just to see, but it's the same. I hear more right here. That's 100% somebody yelling something. That's a human right there. Wow. I'll mark that. I'll turn it up again if you guys. I guarantee that was Matt. That's like when he was in Maddie and Kaylee's. I bet you, yeah, it took him a few minutes before, he got ready. I bet you this is initially around 4:10. That first thing, I bet you was the first initial contact with him, like where they saw, and then, yeah, I bet you. So it gave him like 3 minutes in his car to put his stuff on, get ready, and then go in there. I bet you. Wow. Right even there, maybe. I feel like I hear something right there. I'm gonna turn this back down to 0 for a minute sometimes, which is just normal. Yeah, I think that's them. I do. Oh. There again. I'm hearing a lot. It's a constant. I mean, I don't know what they're saying. I don't know. It sounds like a guy, so it's probably just that might not be a human, but those other ones, I swear are. I bet you. Even right there. Wait, I don't know about that. Maybe not that one. No. Right there. It sounds like she's saying get off or something. Oh my gosh. Oh, that almost sounds like saying get off. I mean, I guess it could be anything, but that is definitely somebody screaming. That's a human. Even right here. Like just a little crying or something. I don't know, but I'm gonna. Right here. This is freaking me out. There's a lot in here. I don't know what they're saying, but there's a lot of talk, like yelling or whatever. Right there's even a scream. Is this the time? Because it sounds like, from Dylan's recollection, that she didn't know there was something going on until she heard Kaylee, Xana saying, I think somebody's here. Do you think this is the time they thought the radio was on or something? Or music was playing? Or because if we could hear this like all the way over here, I'm convinced that it has to do with that. Like how Dylan didn't hear like them screaming? Did she think they were just like playing or something and maybe they scream a lot? I don't get it. Like why isn't, like, does she have earphones on maybe? Dylan and Bethany? I could see Bethany's on the first floor. She might not have heard. I mean, as good. I don't know. I'm convinced that is, but it's like, what are they yelling? And if they're yelling like get off or how, like whatever they're yelling, you think Dylan would have known that, okay. Unless if she just thinks maybe they're always loud and get off. They thought they were just maybe the dog or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All right, I'll shut up. hearing? I don't know. Like I'm hearing like. Right there. I almost feel like I heard a guy saying, "Hey, hey." I mean, maybe not, but those other ones, I could tell. Like, I feel like those are definitely people just saying, screaming, or their voices. But these ones coming up, I'm not sure right here like that. Right there, even sounds like a scream. Okay, so that's 2 minutes. We've been hearing it for 2 minutes. That sounded like not like somebody run down the stairs, knocking, banging, something. I would have, like, my first thought was it sounded like somebody's going down or up at the stairs, but I don't know what it is. Could be just knocking. It sounds like a knocking noise type thing. Right there. That's something too. Holy mackerel. I'm seeing way more than I thought. I think that when I listened to it a couple days ago, I must not have really been listening. Dang it. There's another one right there. Something going on. I feel like something. Right there. What the heck? That's a big commotion. It almost sounds like a dog getting like attacking somebody, but I don't think it's like or somebody yelling. I don't know, but I feel like that's a part of whatever's happening. What is that? Yeah, like the dog barking thing it was more than a dog bark. It's like a dog attacking almost like, not just like where we're hearing Murphy barking, but more like a going after him type thing. But some kind of commotion was right there. What the heck? And that one channel just, oh, it was Idaho Statesman. They are a good channel. I mean, they have been covering this good, but they just fast forward all through this. Isn't this the part they fast forward up until the time where we think we hear Xana? They fast forward all this. This is what I wanted to hear. This is why I knew there had to be something in this. sounds like something like two hard things hitting each other. Might not be related. I don't know. Like somebody like a stick hitting something else hard though. I don't see how that could be a part of it, because that sounds it almost sounds like it's outside. I don't know what it is. Wonder if that's what Bethany heard as a big bang firecracker. Yeah, it's like a bang, but it's like something hitting something else hard though. You know what I'm saying? It's like two hard things hitting each other is what it sounds like to me. I don't know. There you go, another one. Something. I don't know for sure, but that sounds something. Kind of sounds like a dog, but kind of not. High-pitched dog bark. Crying, like a dog crying, barking, maybe Murphy. Another one. The dog's probably crying, barking a little bit like that. I don't know. This is horrific. I don't know. There's another kind of yell. I don't know. First of all, this. I would love to know if they're up right now at this house. Like, or is it confirmed that they were already laying in bed sleeping? So it's not like any of this could be like them being up talking. Which those real far away, like the screams and the like higher pitched kind of things like we heard like way back right there, like 410, 411, 412, those definitely aren't coming from this house because it's too far away. I mean, you could tell it's like too far away. Like I think it is. Have to do with that. But some of those, like right here, I'm not sure like like that could be something closer, like in this house right here. I don't know. Or it could be, I don't know. But like if we were to know that they were sleeping, because I mean, there's something right there too, you know, I don't know. What the heck? Huh. I have no idea. What do you got? What about that? Like, anything unrelated? I don't know. Some of them, it's like, I'm not sure. Is it just something else, car somewhere, something else going on? But some of them, like, I'm convinced it's a part of it. It's giving me chills. Like, it's like, oh my gosh. But then stuff like these sounds like, I don't know, like certain things, yeah, certain things I'm more leery on. What? Dog. That's Does it sound like somebody says something? A guy? Is that him like saying good boy or something because he's trying to get out? Murphy was putting up a fight, dude. I didn't realize how long he was barking and stuff. But question. could he have been locked out, like, barking from the outside because he's hearing, because he could hear what, like Xana screaming and stuff, and and then maybe Brian like left him outside when he did. You know what I'm saying? He saw him outside. Remember, maybe he never came in because I don't know. Maybe he saw him outside and then he came in the back door and just shut him out until he walked back out and then met him out like and he was right there trying to get in. And maybe did he say good boy, like trying to get past them or no? Do you think he was in there? So two theories. So if he was in there, then he really got upset when the whole Xana thing. Xana ran down. So you mustn't maybe if let's say he was inside the whole time, then must not have realized maybe what was going on with Maddie and Keely, because it seems like as soon as Xana came up screaming and he was probably because the chasing down, if he was chasing her down, it sounded like he was right there then, like barking and growling um and there was another time, did it sound like he could have been like, like trying to get him when he was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee, it sounded like. So I don't know. He does sound so close. It's like, so either he was inside and he was putting up a fight with them, and it sounded like he was not, or I mean, you know what I'm saying? Murphy was upset, or no, that's right. He had no blood on him, so he was in a bedroom or something. He was locked somewhere. That's right. They found him in Kaylee's room. Okay, let's try to think about this here. Yeah, he probably heard the whole commotion of her running downstairs, which made him bark more. I don't know, unless if he. I'm confused about Murphy. I really am. All right, I'm sorry. Now tell me that wasn't plenty of time to do what he did. It was so much time that I wonder what the heck he was doing half the time. You know what I'm saying? That was more than enough time. I think he was sitting there staring at Maddie and Kaylee for a few minutes after, because that was a lot of time. I'm telling you. He took it. I mean, he was quick, but not real. I mean, that was like, yeah, I feel like he was standing there for a while too before Xana came up and I don't know. Unless if Kaylee put up that big of a fight that he wasn't. But I mean, it was my point is look how long that was. That was plenty of time for what he did. Man. I know people like that reasoning, you know, the whole Brian is innocent and the reasoning, oh, there's no way one person could have done it in that short a time. Like 100%. He could have somebody could have done it quicker than that. 100%. More than enough time to do what he did. Like I said, I think there's a point where he was just standing there for a minute after he did what he did to Kaylee and Maddie, in my opinion. Okay, so now when the whole thing with Xana and Ethan, that was quick because he knew, I think at that point, he wasn't planning on it with Xana and Ethan. So he was planning on, I think, in my opinion, after he did Maddie and Keely, he was planning on being done. So he realized, you know, he had I think he stood there for, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think he just, I don't know, stood there. But then when he realized when Xana came up, then he's like, oh, shoot, this is not what I had planned for. So then did that really quick and he was out. And that's why I think like that he ran down and got Ethan real quick. Ethan probably barely even woke up and realized what the heck was going on before it was I feel like it was Kaylee and Xana that suffered the most and that realized more. Oh man, I can't even imagine. There's a lot. There is a lot in here. So I don't know if I want to. Wow. I can't even believe how much is in here. I wasn't expecting to be able to hear that much, to be honest. Where does, I think right here, let me see. Let's go to the points I marked just really quick. Well, actually, hold on a second. Let me see. So let me do something real quick. I'm getting tired. I'm going to see if hold on, I just want to see something really quick, real quick. Wow. That's crazy. I don't even. Let me see if I'm trying to. Oh, shoot. Let me just see something. I guess I accidentally. Hold on, you guys. I just want to see something before I play. I'll play it for you. I just want to see if it makes a difference with something I do. No, I don't even think it's. I might have to just work on it, and then we'll do another video where I'll try to. Let me see if this usually makes it worse. Anyway, all right. I don't know. Do you want to? I don't know. Some of the automatic things, they don't really, it's not really doing much. I almost think sometimes it's better to listen to it without it. I guess it does make it easier on the ears, but but sometimes when it does make it a little easier on the ears, it takes away some of it. Like, you don't, some of the stuff you don't hear as clear or good. I can't describe it, but sometimes I don't like to do it like that because it actually makes it less pronounced, even though it's not as, I don't know how to describe it, but I have it all on with the automatic thing, so I'll just play it and then later I'll see if I could do something more. But so you might not be able to hear it as good, but maybe, I don't know. See, with this on, it's taken away the knocking, the knock sounds, but it's making it a little bit easier to listen to the vocal stuff without piercing your eardrums. But to hear the knocking type and bangs and stuff, I'll have to turn it off because it makes it where that it like almost like mellows it out where then you don't really hear that part of it. But let's just listen to the vocal parts and then I'll turn it back on. See, like that part right there, it makes it sucky. But like if I turn it, hold on, let me turn it. So are we 100% sure that Murphy was locked away with no access to them, right? It's gotta be, but gosh, sometimes it sounds like he's really attacking somebody or whatever, but he's probably like, oh, dude, I would be interested to know, like, if he wasn't and he was not like locked in a room or maybe Brian locked him out. I don't know what's going on with him. But dude, the way he was barking and like vocally, I think Murphy would have maybe bit him up and really done a job. I mean, maybe I don't know. I mean, he would have tried, I feel like. Seems like he's mad, Murphy. That's what I wanted to do. Turn off this too. Okay, it's gonna be kind of loud. Just hold your ears, okay? I just want to see what we were just listening to, like without anything. Oh, I'm back. I was just about to message like, ah, stupid internet. Okay. Let me see if I turn this. Sounds like something's yelled right there, maybe. I mean, would you guys prefer like to listen to it where it's not as harsh on the ears, but I do think it takes away a little bit of it? Or should I just keep it the original? I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna do it this way since we already listened to it original, but let's say I do like a recap on the video. I wonder, I feel like sometimes it's better just to do the original. Now let me turn that off and see. Why is it the noise? Dude, I swear that when he's probably walking out of the house and the dog's barking a heck of a lot, at the end it sounds like Murphy's outside for some reason. I don't know. Um, and I swear I hear a guy's voice. I almost hear him say something like "good boy." Like that's what makes me think, did he lock him out? Like when he went out and he seen him and he shut the door as he came in, and then when he went back out, he opened it or something. So he wouldn't come, the dog wouldn't come in. And then when he's coming out, the dog would like barking and like came right up to him with me, like threatened, you know what I'm saying? And then Brian goes out and is like, good boy, like trying to get him to settle down. At the end, did anybody else hear that where it sounded like something like that? I don't know. That was kind of weird. See how it takes away a lot of it when I put these on. I mean, it's still there, but I feel like I could hear it better when I don't do anything to it. That's a weird, it makes that weird noise. I think it's, I want to see something. Hold on a second. I want to see if I turn it off. I don't see if it's just that, trying to clean it up. Isn't that crazy that like when you have like these automatic things on it, it makes like a whole, it almost sounds like it's like sucking it up. It's just like a little bit of the static, but the way it kind of like tries to, I don't know what the proper term is, but it makes that weird noise. It's weird. All right, I'll turn it on this time since, like I said, we already listened to it through. I just see if we pick up anything with that on. And then, like I said, I'm going to do a recap on this. I'm going to try to hear as much as I can. And James, did you say you have something? Does anybody have some good audio? I could download that software onto this computer, the audio, what's it called? Audacity, or I forget what it's called. I used to use it on my other computer. See, I think whoever had the can't even talk about the person that uploaded this originally, it's got to be them turning up and down the volume. That wasn't me that was doing the volume changes. So, but I'm wondering, I'm trying to think why did he do that? I don't understand it. Maybe I'll go in and correct it or make it all level because I didn't do that. That was already done by our little friend that uploaded it. He's the only one that has it that's not freaking edited with the volume. So I had to, but I don't know. I don't think it would have been in the original. Like, why would the volume have been going up and down like that at different spots? You could tell. So I don't know. He must have done that. So, but it's not me. Sorry about it. Oh, that part. hold on a second. That part, where was it? I missed it because with what I had done it, I don't think I heard that part because it takes away some of it. Hold on. Wait, I think I would have marked it. Is it right there? I don't know if it is. Let me turn this all off and see. Turn this stuff. Yeah, I like just listening to it, right? Oh, I didn't even have the noise on. All I had was the audio. Okay, hold on. That round at least. Wait. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I did. Okay. It's going to be loud. Wait, I missed it somewhere up here then maybe. That sounds like the car door right there. That's the car door. Listen. 419. He shuts the car door, gets in and shuts it. Sounds like it to me. Okay, I gotta find that one part where it sounds like he says good boy or something. Where is it? It must be. Could that have been the trunk? I heard another like car door, trunk shut. Could that have been that? Like, because I think he put his clothes in a bag in the trunk. Right there. Does that sound like kind of a trunk shutting? That would have lined up pretty right with the time he would. I don't know. I guess. Right there, he just starts his car right there. He's out by his car for a while, if you ask me. Because I think that one was either the first one, I'm not sure if it was a trunk shutting or not. I can't tell, but that other one was either a car door shutting or a trunk shut, that loud shut. And then you saw how long. So, I mean, he was a while. And then I think that I heard his car start, but he was sitting in there for a while. A few couple minutes. Didn't it seem like it? Okay. So I got to find that part where it sounds like he says, good boy. Oh, I might have been off about that. Hold on a second. Oh, that was the card. Sorry. The timing was off. So there is a bang that wouldn't be the car door yet. Huh. So that maybe, yeah, maybe it's when she falls. I mean, originally when she's yelling and then you have the bang and then there's another one and I'm mistaken it for the car door shutting. Huh. Could be when she falls. I can't find that time where I think he says good boy. There's only something there. What did he say? That does sound like a car door shut. No. Yeah, I think it is. I was right about that. Never mind. Dang it. He was really quick with Xana and Ethan. Man. Unless you guys, you know what? Maybe that time we hear the yelling and the commotion is actually after he killed Ethan and when he's fighting with Xana, because maybe we don't hear as loud as we would think when she goes up and like screams and he's chasing her. Maybe we don't hear that as good because it's in the middle where the stairs, you know what I'm saying? Xana's room is the closest. So the loudest thing we're going to hear is where Xana's bedroom is. So I bet you at 417 is actually when he's fighting with Xana. Like I know but not when he was chasing her down, but when he was in her room after he killed Ethan and it was just him and Xana. That's what I bet it is because it's a matter of like a couple minutes. He's out in his car after that. Like a minute. I mean, I guess it's still possible because I think he killed Ethan really quick. But I'm just wondering because her bedroom, and there had to be some screaming as they're fighting right there, and that's her bedroom is right there, the window, and we would hear that the loudest, and that is the thing we hear the loudest. So I bet you it's a little bit later than what we were thinking, not the initial, but am I making sense? And then I think this is the car door shutting right here. Man, that's crazy. I think around, what is it, like 4:10, I think is that initial scream of when he first goes in and either Maddie or Kaylee see him. It's like around 4:10. So he takes about a couple minutes in the car before he goes in, right? Because he probably has to put on his mask. I'm guessing he's not driving her out. Well, I mean, I guess he could, because I mean, even if he got pulled over, I guess with a mask and no blood, it would just look like it's cold. I mean, it would still look kind of suspicious, but I don't know. I have a feeling that, oh, man, yeah, 4:10, 56 or 7. I think that's the first time we hear like the girl, like, so I think it's either Matt or Katie or screaming or startled. Man, it's crazy. Oh, yeah, out of it. I was talking about, yeah, on the way out, but I'm saying, um, he sits in his car a few minutes before he goes in, is what I was saying. Because he pulls in like what, 407. I mean, because I mean, because I feel like going from where his car is up goes directly to Maddie's room. So, if the door was unlocked and he did just walk in, that would be like less than a minute to go up. And I feel like, yeah, so he probably pulled up and got ready. A couple minutes in the car sitting, getting his stuff ready to go in. Oh my God. I can't. And just to think that selfie after in the shower, like he is so happy. And then his students are saying like he was actually in a better mood and happier, graded easier after that. Like, what the heck? He has no feeling, like no remorse, no feeling, doesn't care about anybody but himself. And then I think he was just so happy because the fact that, oh, I got to experience what it was like, what I'm studying right now. I got to do it. So I'm so much smarter than you because not only am I studying, I actually was that person and I know exactly like you know what I'm saying? Thinking he's like the expert because he did it. So they're studying that by like trying to figure it out, but he did it. So, oh, he knows everything. He's going to be so much better than everybody else. And the fact that what he actually did, he could care less because he's a freaking psychopath. I'm telling you, he's psycho. Like he didn't care. So it's like that part, taking somebody's life. Oh, you don't care. But hey, now he could act like he is so smart. And yeah, I mean, there he got this gratification in his own way from that it's just he's sick. I'm so glad that he hates it in jail right now and he's miserable. Do you guys think do you think it'll be like how long was Jeffrey Dahmer in there before they killed him? Let me see. Do you think it'll be like he'll get killed in there, or do you think he will actually live to an old age? Let me see. How long? let's see. If AI is right, it said Jeffrey Dahmer was in jail for just over 3 years and 4 months before he was killed. Bludgeoned to death by a fellow inmate, November 28th, 1994. The total time between his arrest and death was, oh shoot, from his arrest to death was 3 years and 4 months. But from his arrest, he's already been arrested for, when did he go? December 30th of 22. So he's already, whoa, because it took forever for the trial and Jeffrey Dahmer. Didn't Jeffrey Dahmer just plead guilty? I know they had like a trial court where the witnesses came up, but I don't think, hold on, let me see. Now what was I thinking? He did just admit it, but then they, they still do the sentencing stuff. So he's already been in there almost, 3 years and wait. Yeah. Longer. He's already been in there longer than that. Huh. Well, your time's coming. Hmm. Yeah, he pleaded guilty, but insane to the murders in his Wisconsin trial. This meant he admitted to committing the crimes, but argued he was not legally responsible due to his mental illness. So he pled not guilty and not guilty. He initially pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease. He changed his plea to guilty but insane for 15 counts of murder. Oh my God. Says by pleading guilty, he avoided the trial phase meant to determine guilt. The trial instead moved directly to the sanity phase, where a jury would solely decide his mental state at the time of killings. Yeah, he was found to be legally sane. 15 counts. And then later pleaded guilty to the 1978 murder of Stephen Hicks in Ohio, received an additional life sentence. Huh. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think he will make it, Bryan, to an old age, or do you think somebody's going to get him? Was Jeffrey, hold on, was he in protective custody, Jeffrey Dahmer? I would think, but it still happens. Things happen. Guards turn their head. You know what I'm saying? Or sometimes they get by on them. I feel like it just because he's in that does not mean it can't happen. But let me see if Jeffrey was. No, he wasn't, though. It says he wasn't, but while he was initially placed in protective isolation upon entering prison, officials later moved him into general population after determining the risk was manageable. You know that's eventually going to happen to Bryan. He's not going to be in protective custody forever. So eventually they're going to determine, oh, he's manageable, his risk is good, and they're going to put him in general pop. Bam, that's when it's probably going to happen. But it could even happen before, I feel like. But this allowed him to interact with other inmates, a change that ultimately led to his death. He was left unsupervised to clean a gym a gym bathroom with 2 other inmates, including Christopher Scarver, a convicted murderer. And he's the one that did it with a metal bar. He also attacked and killed the other inmate, Jesse Anderson. I didn't know that. So there's 3 of them cleaning, and the one killed both of them. Huh. I did not know that. Wow. So, I mean, was the other one, I wonder, like, why I thought it was, like, targeted on Jeffrey, but I mean, who was this other guy? Let me see, what was his name? Jesse Anderson is the other guy he killed. Let's see what he did. American criminal best known for murdering his wife, Barbara, 92, and falsely blaming the crime on 2 black men. Later beaten to death by prison fellow inmate Christopher Squire alongside Jeffrey Dahmer. Now I wonder if Christopher Scarver was a black man and he did target, well, Jeffrey, because Jeffrey is sick and that's, people like that would target him. And then this guy, because it would make sense if this guy was black, because this guy freaking blamed it on 2 black men. So I could see how he would target both of them. You know what I'm saying? Because this guy is blaming it. It's almost like a racist thing this guy's doing. Let me see. I mean, maybe not. I'm just trying to think, like, was this guy just crazy that killed him? Or was there like some kind of justice he was targeting these people? Because I always thought it was like, I didn't realize 2 of them died. Did you guys? Or am I the only silly one that didn't even know that there was 2 of them? I really didn't. Huh. Yep, he is. He's black. That's he probably targeted both of them. Him, one guy, because he was probably a racist guy that blamed 2 black men for his crime, and Jeffrey because he's a freaking psycho. Wow. Oh, really? Interesting. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I do have oh my god, I got an appointment in the morning. Well, it's not too early in the morning, but 11:45, I think. But still, by the time I get to bed. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I still have to release 2 more videos on the rest of the Erica calls, and then get those kiosk thing pictures though, guys, for the Patreon. I didn't forget about you patrons. It's just I was releasing so much stuff every day on Patreon. So now I just took a little break to concentrate on this for a little bit, but when I get the kiosk stuff, I'll put it on there too. But for like 2 weeks, I was doing like more focused on just my Patreon. I wasn't even really doing anything on my channel. It takes so long to screenshot each person individually, and you know what I'm saying? So I feel like I'm allowed to take like a couple week break from there, doing this and then ordering. But I didn't forget. Okay. Oh wow. James, what are you doing up? You need to go. Oh, thanks, Aussie, by the way. 53 months. And so thanks for gifting. Oh my gosh. I'm over here like in my own world listening to this. I was so like, oh, I don't even know what the word was, but with these sounds that I wasn't even looking at chat or anything. I mean, I guess a little bit, but I was missing a lot of this. This stuff like had my mouth drop. Like, what the heck? That's a lot. Like, it's crazy that the person that originally got this, they just focused on that one little part. There's so much going on in this. I'm telling you, that female voice and screams, I'm like so certain that that's that, because of course there's going to be an instance where they see Bryan and they're, you know what I'm saying? And even if, like, even Maddie, if she was sleeping when it happened, she would have woke up for a minute. You know what I'm saying? That even she could have screamed. But I mean, I think Kaylee, obviously, she was putting up a fight. I really think that. And I just think that initial, wow, I do. I think that voice is them. Maddie and I don't know if it's Maddie and Kaylee both or one of them. And then of course you definitely hear Xana too. And there's parts where it almost sounds like I hear a guy's voice, but I don't that those parts I'm not as sure on. And then like some weird noises, like it could be some bangs and stuff. That's crazy. I just don't understand like the Idaho Statesmen, they got this and then they just originally and then they just like didn't bother listening to it and just fast forward everything just for that main part? Or what? Because why the heck would they fast forward over those parts? There's a lot going on there. Man, I'm kind of still in shock about it. Like, what the heck? What the heck did we just hear? Oh, all right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think at 4:10:56 is that initial when they initially see him. I want to do another video and just kind of maybe listen to it again with you guys and try to do a couple different variations on sounds to see if like, you know, some of them we could hear better this sound or that sound depending. But it's been a long one. But just do that, you know, because dang it. And then I didn't realize some of the movements that he made, like how he I don't know. I don't know if he was going in back roads that didn't have cameras, but I'm almost thinking he just like parked somewhere for minutes at a time doing God knows what. I don't know. Just waiting, I guess. But I guess he was just waiting till it was later. And they for sure, you think they for sure would have been in bed, I guess. And then, like, you know, I know there's a point where the DoorDash driver was there, but he was doing laps before the DoorDash driver was there, you know? So it's like if he would have went in around 3, what was the first loop? That would have been before the DoorDash driver was there. So he wasn't, you know, obviously he was waiting later because he saw that, you know, lights were on probably or they were up or whatever he was looking at for. Um, yeah, because he would have looped it 3 times, it looks like, before the DoorDash driver would have even been there. Now at 3:56, she may have been, you know, roaming around trying to find the place, so he could have seen a car kind of going around. But what also just surprised me, like I said, is how many cars you could see out here that wasn't him going back and forth. So there's some traffic late, and then you had 2 cars going up this road, maybe 3. Was it could have been 3. That one I swear was him, but obviously it wasn't. Looked like a similar car. But it could have been a whole different color car, because like, with this one, you can't even tell what color. It could have been blue, red, who knows, but the shape of it looked kinda similar, but the sound, it sounded like it was louder than Ryan's, though. But yeah, crazy, crazy, crazy. I would like to know, I guess I could find the people that lived here, if I go back through the documents, because I know we went over them. I'm faintly remembering a little bit of the neighbors, but I know there's a few different neighbors. I'd have to go through it to see if I could pinpoint, since they blank out everything, you know, who these were when they were making a statement and if they were up. I know some of the neighbors said how they heard Murphy barking louder or a dog barking. And then remember which one said that it sounded like they were outside. So, I mean, they were awake, but they could, like, some of them could have just been laying in bed hearing stuff. Doesn't mean they were up, like, you know. That dog, I still don't understand where the dog was. Did he get stuck outside? But then when did that front door get wide open? You know what I'm saying? Because But he might not even have known to go up front. You know what I'm saying? He might have kept trying to wait for the back door to open because that's how he normally goes in. So even if that front door was open, he might not even have realized. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm just like wondering, did Bryan see him out there, go in and shut that sliding door behind him originally so he couldn't come in until he went out? Because it did sound like towards the end that he was outside. But then, I mean, you could say the same thing. Okay, maybe not. Maybe no, because if he was in Kaylee's room, he wouldn't have been outside. So never mind. Never mind. Unless if he wasn't, he just stayed away and then I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think he was in Kaylee's room the whole time? The reason I don't is because he sounds at different times, he sounds like he's in different spots. Like one time he sounds like he's outside, and sometimes he sounds like he's farther, like he's inside, like in a different area. So that's why I'm like, was he really just in one room? Huh. I know. Well, we could kind of know if I guess I don't even think Dylan really knows. I mean, when the first cop initially said something about Murphy being there, the door was open in Kaylee's room, right? And then they shut it, I think, to keep him in there while they were going through stuff. But I think it was open when he saw, I'm pretty sure, and he went and seen Kaylee's room, and the door was open. But did anybody go up there with all the, people in and out? Did they open the door? Not, I know Hunter and them didn't go up, but did one of the cops open that door to look for any more victims? And then by the time the cop that was writing the report, it was already open, or I don't think Dylan, Hunter, or any of them went upstairs that whole time. So that's my point. Like, if hearing different reports with the cops and they can't get it together and know, like, oh, when I was in there, it was open. Right? Well, ask all of them and see if anybody went up there and said the door was closed. But then some of the people would have seen the door closed because after the one cop shut it. So it's like, how would they know which, you know what I'm saying? When the door opened and when it was shut? Because you guys following me? You'd be like, "Oh, yeah, when I went up there, it was closed." Okay, was that before or after I shut it? Or you know what I'm saying? So I don't, yeah, you're right. I don't think we ever will know because Dylan doesn't know, Hunter doesn't know, the cops might not know because they went up looking for victims. And then did the people know the very first person that went up? And did they ask them? Because the person we read, he said I think, right? One of the reports said he's the one that shut it, but did somebody open it originally looking for people? So we will never know. It was chaotic, there's some details I think they might not be aware of it, that, which is crazy because, it's a crime scene, but, in the moment they're looking for victims and people and it is kind of crazy though, because if they're trying to figure out what happened and they can't even answer if that door was open or not. Maybe they can. I mean, we're just going by all these random released reports. If we like sat them all down, they might have an answer, but it did sound like Murphy was outside towards the end. And that's probably why those neighbors, wasn't it two different neighbors? For sure, the one said, like, it sounded like the dog was outside barking. I get why they thought that. It's on one of their body cams. Oh. I swear though, one of the guys said that it was open and that he shut it. Am I remembering that right? One of the statements though? Because remember we were like, well then shoot, how the Murphy just like didn't go and track up it. You know what I'm saying? But a cop before that could have opened it, so I don't know. And didn't know there was even a dog in there, looked and there was nobody in there and just kept it open. And then the other cop was like, oh, let me shut this. Hi, Dolly. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys when I see ya. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Koala, koala hala, koala ho, kolo. Wait, kolohi. Kolohi essa. Zoe, Zoe. James, thank you. I know I keep repeating all this stuff. Like I'm just thinking out loud. And it's one of those things we're never gonna have the answer. It drives me nuts. I'm sure it drives all you guys nuts. Because it doesn't matter how many times we like, could it be this or that? Well, we are never gonna know things for sure. And I guess we just gotta be okay with it. Or else we drive ourselves nuts. I mean, we could talk and try to give our opinions and get other people's opinions, but we're never gonna be able to know for sure. Aussie, thank you. Who else we got here? Looks like it's just you three talking. Why don't everybody else go to bed? Katie, Lori is all sane and soul. They're gone. They sleepy. Oh, there's Soul. You were here at 4:09. Oh, that was an hour ago. Oh, wow. I'm just over here rambling to myself then, huh? Oh, yeah. He's mad. He was definitely doing something. All right. Well, thanks. James, you better get to bed. You got to be up soon. Now I feel like I'm a bad influence. I caused you to probably stay up. All right, guys. If you find anything interesting, right, email me. I'll see. I'm being silly. All right, guys. Bye. Have a good one.